going to talk about random shit. I'm not really sure. I was thinking about the Logan Paul situation. Still not a big fan of Logan Paul. In fact, I don't like the guy. But like at the same time, the mentality is almost always the same kind of stuff about like how it is you're kind of supposed to scam people to get money or be genuine, but like offer something. It's like there's one of two methods. I never really know where to go with it. But I have to stream for 5 hours now, which means I'm going to be up for quite a while. So there's that. But I don't really have any stream topics today. So I guess I'll just talk about anything. It goes to dry and redisperse cellulose nanocrystals. Accurate measures of tiny quantum objects. Astrophysics humans have soul. The physicists, I mean, I don't know. What do you want from me? I've always had this weird kind of situation mentally about it because I'm like, well, they're not able to accurately measure what is effectively a bunch of quantum level interactions, that might be occurring for our body and the possible, brain goings on that might have some sort of a attachment to the nerves having maybe electromagnetic or maybe some electronic or electric charge or I don't know, but and then that's a part of our self-identity, soul, which is what gave us our, which is attached to our sentience, and then our personalities, and then the memories there within, and all the rest of that. And so, like, soul is a very odd kind of concept because it's like it's what is you, and I'm like, right, it's what's you. But if you were to take that and all the physics attached to it, down to the whatever finite level, and then put it into something else, but not copy it. Like let's say you were able to get it just before whatever is all working together for your body and your brain to keep it there happen to be grabbed and then placed into another vessel somewhere else, but the body still remained, the brain still remained where it was and it died. Okay. But you're able to repair the brain and body, and then you moved it back into the brain and body. And in so doing, you have your soul back. It's like, well, what constitutes it? And where did you put it? And, it's just all a whole bunch of stuff because it's like, well, people tend to focus and really fixate mostly on the brain. But you never know how much the body might come into play when it comes down to that level of what is a part of that soul feeling, because we've all talked about, I should say we all, but I think like a lot of people like myself have thought about or have talked amongst their friends and or colleagues that happen to have a hey, so if you were just a non-sensing thing that's in a computer, and it doesn't have any inputs or anything to do, well, yes, the soul does exist within inside of that computer, and you took it from the thing that no longer can hold it. It doesn't really change that, you weren't aware, most likely, of anything. I mean, time is still passing for you, but then you're not getting memories outside of like emptiness of sensation and really any thought that you happen to have during that period of in between. And so the soul is a very weird one. Like you don't realize it, but you're always feeling something, always sensing something, always. Okay, your body is always attached to that. And so if you don't have that, you aren't going to do well. In fact, a lot of physical sensations are tied with the idea of ego death during a psychedelic trip or heavy meditation or both, or Furby, could you just stop? That are included in how it is we perceive our ego being alive and us being alive. Here's the cat. She paws at me every time I'm at the computer. Yeah. All right. Cutie cat. Yeah. All right. Do you want to go back down? Okay. There you are. All right. It's probably going to leave to stream for 5 hours. I mean, have fun with that. And then, so let's see here, barista, psychiatrist practice 20 years accused of faking medical degree. Wow. Howard Strand best. Okay. This train. It's underpinning nuclear fusion. What am I thinking about? If there was enough of a way, like, let's say you had a just large, dense amount of plasma that's iron. Okay. That's right around where the gamma ray burst and neutron concentration of release near the poles is what I think is theorized. And not, it's pretty much all over the place, but like it seems to, because of the electromagnetic fields or something being rotated and then concentrated towards the center as it collapses in, conservation of momentum, so it spins faster. Anyways, it might seem to push more neutrons towards where the gamma ray bursts occur during a super or hypernova. Like if you had a large amount of plasma that was iron plasma, I would imagine, because of all the amount of neutrons, which isn't many interactions, but because it's a hypernova or a supernova, you would probably get a decent amount of extraordinarily fissilable iron, because it's so heavy now that you would ultimately have like a level of fissiling that would occur. And then there's enough ionizing radiation and outward bound like kind of pressure that it would break itself down into some sort of a lower element, because of how fast the radiation is trying to impart energy, the extra heat, the relative acceleration because of that light being pushed and the neutrons bombarding it. And it has to then, and then of course the increased fissilability. I would assume that, stars could somewhat create a level of fissiling for those very stable elements that normally wouldn't be there. Especially since they're probably there's a higher likelihood degree if it's plasma hanging around a star and the amount of neutrons that are coming out, and it was already near supernova anyways. It's likelier to be a heavier iron isotope to begin with, and then it's adding its own amount of heaviness, way too many neutrons, and so it becomes more likely to fissile it, especially with a knock of extremely powerful ionizing gamma ray radiation and an outward bound, shoving of large amounts of plasma that would likely cause some of it to then try and fuse, but then didn't fuse because just, it's a little too heavy. And it doesn't, like try and compress it. Instead, it's trying to shove it forward. And so it's more like a to its relative perspective, like it stood still and then something smacked it and then kind of smashes it into a bunch of, particles or elements, really. Very likely to get particles too. So, I'm not sure, but it's probably there. I'm not sure how much. It has to probably be there. If I'm being really honest, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Just thinking about that now, it's like, there's a lot of particle accelerational fusion, but then it's not really fusion; it's more smashing. You know what I mean? That's at that point, that's more of a smash than a fuse, because there's just too much acceleration in one thing and not enough on another, and there's no pressure, gravitational pressure, and then the fusion nuclear relative pressure forcing together a continuation of the element. So it'll be there briefly, but then it'd probably disappear, I would think, because of how heavy it is, and it doesn't want to stay together also. So yeah, although you might never know. In fact, some of it might be forced together into island of stability isotopes for those uraniums and stuff that people tend to want to find somewhere out there. Is streaming. Watch me. All right, so come watch me stream over here at Twitch TV. In reality, be talking about whatever I can. Really going to be going on for about 5 hours. So what else is there to talk about? Because right now I'm like, it should produce some stable isotopes of heavier elements, considering how heavy some of that iron is going to be smashed into and acceleratedly tried to fuse into like a uranium. But then because there's so much there going on, I would imagine there would be enough that happens to hit any stable isotopes that we would then fissile out, because there would be too many neutrons all of a sudden, and then it would create an immediate fissile reaction. Is this just too much stuff? Yeah, I don't think it would realistically be able to do much of anything positive for us, most likely. For stability of heavier elements, simply because it'd be unlikely with that level of stuff going on to actually produce any stability. In fact, if anything, at that point, because of the increased pressure, heat, all the amount of extra particle pressure, because we're talking about all bunch of lots and lots of tiny quarks or makeups of quarks or makeups of those particles, high amounts of neutron radiation alongside of any gamma ray, high, extremely high energy gamma ray, and everything else. I just would kind of posit it more at that level than anything else, as a soup that can't make anything except for a bunch of things that are going to break down exceptionally fast. You know what I mean? Like, they could probably make a very exceptionally fast-lived. That's a good way to put it. Like, let's say we started with the uranium, and while the heat and pressure really isn't necessarily there to make a greater degree of elemental fusion, it would have produced some of that to stick for a brief period of time. But if anything, as a result of those things there, it's more like almost a protein cleaver for DNA. It's like it comes in, and then it literally produces an immediate instability, and a fissile reaction happens. And so an immediate instability event occurs, and so a neutron increase occurs, which might explain why supernovas and hypernovas have so many dang neutrons that come out during their processes of exploding for their novae. Like it really just breaks down most of it into like a massive amount of releases of neutrons, which of course further potentiates more and more neutron release. Almost seems like a nova or supernova is literally just a fissile event going on. And to some degree, you know what I mean? Like, because it's like when you okay, so for like a magnetar, or let's say just neutron star, like neutrons have to be forced to stick together with enormous amounts of gravity, right? At least that's the theory. But there's also a counterpoint where there genuinely could be some level of the stuff that makes up quarks here that will also make a neutron. I mean, a neutron still has base particles that make a neutron up. Okay, so, and fields as well that they are interacting with and going through. I'm not extraordinarily well versed on any of that, so that's probably going to be whoever's out there, your type of thing. Okay, but what I'm gonna try and get across is that those outward bound pressure waves, because like if you imagine a star collapsing, it's getting denser and denser, and so the material that is there is getting captured, because at first it was like a sponge, and so it's going to be a whole bunch of bouncing off, but eventually comes out, right? And it's going to add its own photons, even though it's during the reflectivity of or bouncing off of the density of the plasma or more that happens to be there. as in like a slingshot of a extraordinarily high electromagnetic field, perhaps, or a combo of I don't know. Point is, I'm not going to state that I'm aware. I'm just throwing some stuff out there. If you imagine as it collapses that it's like a sponge that becomes ever increasingly unable to have something where there's something already there. But it doesn't change that there's still falling protons and a breakup as it continues increasing heat and conservation of momentum coming in is still going to happen. And that's a particle accelerator that will smash the heck out of any of the elements and create a large amount of the particles that are in our experiments that we've created with the LHC and more, creating a inward bound increased shell of extraordinary dense momentum, also kinetic. This is inward bound pressure. In fact, we'll have to reflectively be bouncing a pressure wave during this event of some kind of a particle or particles or a soupy mess of stuff, like if any element could survive. I mean, we're talking all the base level itty bitty stuffs that make up everything around us for our atomic structures and elements, and eventually chemicals and all the rest. And so, along with it is having most likely a very high degree likelihood of spin. It has to have a flow. Even if it's reflecting that quickly, it's still traversing distance, not just straight back, forth, up and down. It has to be traveling along the sphere it is in. And it's doing a balancing act. It has to be doing some sort of a balancing act during this event, because eventually it gets so hot, dense, pressured, even if it is moving, it will have had to have equalized with the shell that started falling in and, bumping against all the other elements and breaking and fizzling and so it'd be fizzling more and more and more stuff on the outside, and then the inside is obviously unable to really be more greatly compressed, except it would have to be getting a good decent amount of compression during that. And so I'm wondering what the interactional electromagnetic electric field potential changes are, the density, the reflecting of the material, what if there is any, what that could be ultimately helping or forcing more than anything the core to start having as a compression sort of style knock, towards its center, because even if it's spinning, it's still got a wave. Waves still transfer inward and outward. Okay, and it's just like a spike wave. So it's and so it's like at first it's starting off slow, and then the frequency picks up, and it 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 picks up really, really quickly. It has to be oscillating or resonant frequency, or the frequency just has to be going off the charts. But because it's a larger wavelength, initially it just doesn't really pass through. It's not that way. It just is more of a push. It's not, and it'll pass through itself. And so like it'll get a little bit more pressure, maybe some stuff, it outbounds, as it maybe fuses some stuff, but it's not going to last, right? But then the medium length is less pressure, more heat. So less push, more heat is going to start forming, because that's IR to visual spectrum. And so that wavelength is now going to just friction. But there, unfortunately, did occur a secondary interaction where there is now a greatly increased degree of density and compression as a result of the falling inward pressure. And so that stuff is now denser on the outside, but then also closer and still falling. I get novas are quite quick. So this would all be happening on a very tight, extraordinarily fast amount of time. Even though it is a massive ball of hot plasma, it's still going to be a pretty big amount of it doing this across a very large area. And then, of course, the pressure that is increasing in its core with an increase of heat is still going to create more fusion. You know what I mean? It's I don't care what anyone says or thinks. It has to create more fusion. So like during those moments, it's going to force a immeasurable increase of fusion. So the outward bound pressure is probably not going to be at the same rate as the inward bound, because this is all happening really quick. So while there is more fusion, its time scale is not fast enough to offset the rate of collapse. Except it's going to slowly come into, but then it's very dense. And so because it's denser, it should happen to have these frequency pressure waves go through quickly, which should increase fusion, but not extraordinarily fast, because again, it's a ginormous ball plasma, and we're talking about near light speed events. So obviously it's not fast enough to suddenly create a big old star that's just really small now, because that is going too quickly, and so it can't stop this still increasing inward bound collapsing event. So and then as an increase of frequency occurs, you get what is kind of like an optical tweezer. Like high frequency oscillations are really both friction, but then they bounce, they reflect, but they are now doing it very, 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 very quickly. And so instead of like movement and heat, now we're just getting instead of pushing, which is at the beginning. And so, like, yeah, you'll have a little bit of fusion maybe, but really you're just moving some of the plasma around. It's unlikely to do anything. And then as you get the medium frequencies, you'll start gaining some kind of fusion. Just not much, very quickly. And in fact, if anything, it just pushes outward bound pressure, but then high frequency has occurred. And so that adds, with the movement that started off to kind of push and then added heat, so a little bit of fusion, and then an extraordinarily, in its mind, high degree of pressure that is not allowing it to expand. And in fact, densifying it because it's like stupidly now pressed in, but then it's held together by extraordinarily high pressures in a sphere that are really more oscillative, or like they're very high frequency pressure waves, but they don't travel very far. They're just going to reflect off of the very dense material now. And so as the material starts to collapse around it, and then that adds its own version of like, hey, there's a point where it's still going to transfer some of that reflectivity of a hit onto and then into the center. But it's more of a, you started off this big and then now you're going to shrink. And so with greater and greater density of shell around it, with a greater and greater degree of heat and pressure around that shell, and then fissiling machines abound, right? Because there's a greater and greater increase of neutrons being formed as a result of fissiling events from unstable isotopes being, and ultimately these little particles getting denser and imparting energy and heat. And the fields that would have to be there, getting denser and more energetic, more powerful. They have to rip apart more. And so some neutrons are going to come back. And so that's a neutron heat pressure. Neutrons are now getting forced into a core with a high degree of reflectivity pressure. And then there has to be an interaction with these lower, smaller, like subquark particles. You know what I mean? That would be forced to remain present, or at least around so many of themselves, traveling with high degrees of interactional fields and energies, keeping them, at the very least, it has some sort of an effect, especially since this is all happening very quickly. And remember, this is near speed of light stuff as it compresses inwards. And so neutrons, I mean, they're weakly interacting, theorized to be weakly interacting particles, subatomic particles. Same thing with neutrinos, okay? But you get that much density, you get that much heat, you get that much pressure, and a very high amount of electromagnetic, because of the plasma that's moving around, and all the density of these typically not very long lasting, but now should last a little longer, not forever, but a little longer. Quarkian particles. They're very well could be weakly interacting amplification event. And so what I'm trying to get at is, as there's spin, as there's momentum, as that gains further and further compression, it starts up a version of fusion again. But this time, fusion that we don't do. Like, first off, we're not doing fusion with an extraordinarily high number of neutrons trapped in a shell, that are being forced into a ball here. We're not doing that. Second off, we don't have sub-Quarkian particles that are forced into when they're able to pass in, and they might on the outside, which at this point seems a little bit like fracking. So it's like we have like ground that it doesn't really have a lot of channels for the water to go through, but it does have gas. And so you have to drill and put a large high pressures, and then it forces water through, and you get gas that comes out. Well, kind of something similar, there would be these neutrons that would effectively force a small realm where, for these sub-Quarkian particles to go through, if not go through, at least exist tenuously nearby, thanks to the fact that they're weakly interacting. And so while they do exert an outward bound pressure and have gravity and all the rest, it still means that for these really small particles, they're likely to be able to be near that channel or groove or whatever, but then of course something's going to close over if it shrinks or has enough density or heat or whatever, and that very sub-Quarkian particle, being what it is, can attach itself to other quarks that could be there, or simply just can't come out, is a good way to put that. And if some of them are, it's going into a really extraordinarily high heat, dense, moving particle accelerator with light galore. Neutrons have got to be around. I mean, it's a very extraordinarily extreme environment that's existing at this point in time, with a purely thanks to gravity inability to escape, and then creating an ever increasingly denser, hotter, faster moving, fizzling shell that I would imagine to a certain extent almost looks like there are too large element. Like, it's too large of an element to exist, but thanks to a inward bound gravity pressure and a outward bound nuclear exothermic kinetic pressure, the neutrons, light, electromagnetic from outside, because there are fields that are all directions, and then this still has to have electromagnetic fields and charge. So and then there's the small area that has to exist there. We're gonna see like a very weird moment because it's like, oh yeah, no, sure, for sure, whatever, it's a beach ball getting crushed to the size of a golf ball if you wanted to kind of think about it in your head, but it's really not, because it's like a beach ball getting crushed to the size of a pinhead in the time of, like, at first not very fast. Remember, it's so far out, talking like red giants that are. So the core is the beach ball. Well, you know what? The outside that we're talking about of the core is going to be the size. Geez, what's a good swimming pool? No, I mean, swimming pool is too small, actually. We'd need like a larger. We'd need like numerous swimming pools to get there, which is insane to think about. Right? It's pretty insane to think about here. So, what's a good way to? It's like a beach ball that happens to then go to the size of a city. Okay, a city, which is its outward, shell. Let's pick any very, very large city. Roughly, it's in that kind of ballpark, and then you still have your outer shell that is, kind of the surface, which is going to be essentially another couple of cities, large, wide. So let's say it's from a beach ball, then you have 5 mile radius from the center of the beach ball outward, so 10 total miles, and then you're going to have another 30 miles on top of that outside of that beach ball area, and then that's crushing in from that 30 mile, from that 10 miles, so it's really 40 miles outward. So right, it's 10, and then it's a really 40 mile diameter here that's crushing in near the speed of light. And conservation momentum is still a thing. Even if you happen to have these, outward bound, well, that just slowed down. And so now they're getting pushed in. And so they're turning and rotating to try and match the inward bound, denser shell, because as it falls in, it's going to get denser, it's going to get hotter, and then the waves that propagate through, that's a greater increase of electromagnetism, difference of electric charge, further fizzling of material, because neutrons are becoming more trapped. And not so much the density, it's more the gravity well. But because there is also still density in there, an outward bound fizziling reaction with a subquark particle matter from fizziling material and more neutrons, a greater degree of heat, a greater degree of electromagnetic. And so it's really tricky to kind of picture this, and then that beach ball is getting at the start, a beginning of compression on all sides, that has a very small amount of a surface of beyond and past a iron core, just pure iron. It has to have more than just pure iron. But, of course, that's breaking down and is fizzling out and, creating outward bound pressure. But, of course, it's not enough. It's certainly not going to last long. But then it starts to do that. But it can't produce enough. And, in fact, it's falling so fast, it can't transfer enough kinetic, because there's not that much heat that's going to be generated from fusing that. Even with quarks, even with electromagnetics, and even with all that, that's what we know to be the case. I'm not trying to say all of a sudden it's going to make a new star. I'm trying to head towards neutron star. I'm just really trying to wrap my head around what the hell it is that's going on to make a neutron star more than anything. I mean, there's so many things there, like I'm not trying to say that it's going to start suddenly making a, isotopic star core. There's got to be a point where it kind of does a little bit, and then that's then getting added to and fissiling out, and then helping to really greatly speed up through that particle, that fissile event, a inward bound, but now trying to also not just go straight perpendicularly down, because you've got the conservation of momentum, and so it starts spinning more and more, which creates more and more particle, because it's still going to have left that slows it down, but then there's more denser, faster, stuff heading in the direction most of it wants to travel, which really bumps it, raises heat, fuses but fissiles more than anything, and creates an inward area shell around the core that is at first just pushes a little bit around in the core. Like the beach ball kind of just got, like a weird wobble that's, kind of happened, like a little, like not safe for work Reddit post that showed like the outside of of our entrails, which all kind of did this cool little wobble that was also kind of disgusting, to show what the muscles that our entrails happen to have do to try and move our fecal matter around. And so like you'll probably see a little bit of that, but that of course creates its own outward bound pressure, because hey, it's still making some compression towards that itty bitty small center, which is still just going to be mostly iron, probably extraordinarily stable isotopic, if maybe ready to be fissiled, but because it's surrounded by so much pressure, heat, all the rest, it just doesn't fissile. But now it's like, oh, I'm going to press in a little bit, I'm going to fissile, and some of it might fuse. And then, of course, the start of that very process I was talking about is going to happen faster and faster. And so that outward bound reaction, outward bound is a key word, because it's like, what does that outward bound really mean? Because you're actually technically increasing gravity where you're fusing and fissiling, because that fissile then actually helped fuse more in that area of the core. Even if it is stable, it didn't produce much in terms of actual outward bound kinetic energy, because gravitationally it increased mass far faster and greater. But that might explain why we see a weird curve for stars that are collapsing for their brightness, and then ultimate the supernova and hypernovas that are forming, because what you're probably going to see is gravity at first is literally only increasing, and in fact you're not gaining any real extra outward bound. If anything, you're making it far faster and easier to continue making ever less more stable or relatively unstable, but then the stability index goes up for higher degrees of neutrons, and so less and less exothermic, and really less light is probably going to start happening, less radiation is probably going to start happening less and less as that actually gets captured to help fuse those elements more easily. And so at first it's going to have that little wavy area, but then that wavy area is going to start getting crushed and less wavy and more glass surface like. That is opening, so opening, closing, opening and closing, opening, because and it's going to get brighter. And the start of that 40 mile diameter size red giant, or so on, starts getting denser. And so during that period of time, while it's dense, it's very quickly spinning, it'll look like its old self, its old young star self for a second or two, for a very short period of time, as it just starts an outer shell fusional occurrence. Since there's still going to be a little bit of hydrogen, there's still enough there to start, and so it's going to go through a weird transition of it'll, depending on what on the outside, if it's mostly still a. Basically, what I'm trying to say is the red dwarf will get brighter, but then it'll turn and change its colors a little bit differently. But then gravity is going to win out, and so that again, you always have to worry about not worry, put into that kind of mind, mental imagination, like I'm trying to do. The blue shift more than anything, because the light that escapes will be accelerated, and and then there's like red shift, so like it'll blue shift initially and then severely red shift as it gets denser and far more gravitationally attracted. But what I'm trying to say is, as it gets to the medium, I'm imagining at this point it's turning into more and more stable isotopic elements, simply because it wants to not immediately collapse on itself, and it's easier and easier and easier and easier to do. And then it's like, oh, I've got all these. How the hell did I get quarks? How did I get the sub-quark particles coming? And there's a really large amount of heat now, way, way, way higher pressures. And in fact, protons are now no longer going to be able to move very far. And really just because there's a neutron, and there going to be all these subatomic, and sub-quark particle, and then now there's fields, and now things are moving again with this level of density, because its conservation of momentum is starting to add to that, and so that same bubbly, it's going to start inward outwarding a little bit, but then still crushing. But that's where it's like starting to fuse, and it's actually gaining an outward bound, but then it's not going to gain much. It has way more outside of it, and that's, if anything, really where the surface level is starting to gain more and more heat. That's going to really increase the amount of outward bound actually able to escape now photons, along with neutrons for another thing. But then that's also going to fissile itself if it's not stable. Then those elements are literally just going to fissile themselves outward. And so while stability might exist closer towards the center, or at least with enough gravity and pressure and all the rest of it, it's not exploding as much. You're going to see like an ablation effect, where some of it is just going to straight up disintegrate on the surface. Adding to that surface in between the inner shell, and then the kind of liquid quark, subquark plasma that has to have a just ridiculous amount of neutrons in it and photons in it. It's got to have what is essentially a photon subquark quark plasma, which is bouncing and acting like its own version of gamma rays, or like start off as a radio wave to then gamma ray, then whatever extraordinarily ridiculously high frequency is possible. So because it's going to gain a faster and faster imparting of near light speed. And so its relativity version of events is going to be very odd. There are going to be so many particles that are in this thing that just get pushed down to travel even faster and while race away in that outward bound pressure, because it transferred its kinetic energy like a billiard ball to the surface level. And as a result, the inside core of this star is eventually it's not going to do it anymore. If at first it's like it'll do that, and that'll be its like last little moment before, so while I was going up to there, I definitely got hit by you, and before it even hit the surface of the core, I got hit again, and I got hit again, and so while I'm racing away faster, ever so slightly, a little more, it's less and less. And in fact, there's more and more stuff for me to hit and impart. And so that shell gains a spongy-like quality that is inching, but not really inching, but definitely moving further and further inwards. That's reflecting off the core. So we're going to back to the core here. The core has to be doing some odd looking things, because it's fracking itself, for one thing, with a bunch of this plasma that is not a thing that's easily ever produced, that is moving near light speed levels that make the LHC look slow, with masses that make it look pathetic, and pressures and heats that could best be described as making anything we could try and produce, or have produced so far at least, on our planet, colder than ice for us, which that's something else, man. That's some craziness at that point. That is some craziness, and it's going to be pressuring it further and further. And isotope land no longer exists. In fact, if you were to try and look at elements at that point, you'd be looking at elements that are fist-sized. If they were still just a nucleus and some, you know what I mean, like a proton and a neutron together stuck, but from the nuclear force, and having at that point you're really saying that the quarks and the subatomic quarks forms its own version of a large electron, a neutral qualitied, bigger than even some heavy element atom electron. You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. You know, like it would exist, but for mere fractions of a fraction of a fraction of a second. if it's there. It should have enough pressure, though. That's my biggest problem with it. Is it has enough pressure to actually exist, and if we could yank it out somehow, we could interact with it. It would be stable. Even it's an extraordinarily metastable thing. Like we're talking, don't fuck up because you don't want a bomb that could destroy the entire planet kind of thing. Although you'd have to impart enough energy into something like that. That is, that makes fusion bombs look like a fart, I guess, because of how little energy and all the rest that formed this sucker is really ultimately providing to try and make it do something. So it's just weird to think about, because it's like they would be picosecond or less, or maybe a little more. Again, I'm not super well versed in a lot of that, but we're talking weird creation that is not really feasible, producible by us thing until we're already well on our way. Okay, I didn't lose any time. I'm still broadcasting. Okay, I'm still broadcasting. All right. But it what we're talking about is something unfathomably just pressured, heated. Only really a literal occurrence that would be, I don't know how else to describe. There isn't a thing that makes sense for us. Like, to put it in perspective, the nucleus, while it's a fist, the orbital cloud would travel near our light speed, and like is heavier than uranium in a stable way. Like, we're talking like the stable isotopic uranium somehow would look small compared to the size of this electron. And that's hard. What the fuck? Because it's like, we've all talked about how, like, you put an apple and then, like, way the fuck over there, that's where the electron is. And it's like, now it's the size of your fist, which is the size of an apple. It's got to be somewhere around there, but now we have more mass. Now we definitely have weird, we have to be having extraordinarily weird, styles of, quantum and, fundamental force physics interacting and occurring that just wouldn't be a thing that we imagine to occur or happen to exist, simply because pressures, heat, nothing like that would be something that we could do or think about or, interact with or be around. I mean, for a brief period of time, this sucker doesn't even it existed theoretically, maybe. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about something that should it be there, it would be very weird, to say the least, to anything that we are. And there would never be a way to really get it without like really wormholing the heck out of the supernova event at genuinely the right time. You know, and even then, it's just oof, you know what I mean? But anyways, neither here nor there. The point is like that's the last hurrah, essentially. Like there isn't a way to make anything that could even possibly resemble an atom to us. Like that would be its last sort of something, and it's just surface level because it passed that by long before that event at the surface level of that core would facilitate some sort of an environment to make something like that, thanks to the neutron, quark, light pressure, all of that stuff going on in that moment in time. The inside of that sucker is already a just amalgamation of a quantum tunneled field, pressured, and then some sort of interactional sequence of a field, electromagnetic, charge, electric, any kind of field, interaction. Like we're probably going to see an interaction that might mean that the Higgs boson field suddenly becomes lessened or increased. I wouldn't know too much about that, but I'd say it would be something that is going on as a result of the energies, the imparted spin, whatever. I don't care. I'm just trying to say is like that quantum field that exists all around us is suddenly going to have energy to feed into itself. And the interacting natures there within should start jumping up because there's enough pressure, there's enough of these resonating frequencies in some area and time, because we're talking about that pressure wave coming in, making itself turn into a spike wave because it's gaining pressure, and then it's like there's going to be I can't push further. You know what I mean? That's what that is. Like a white dwarf to a neutron to a magnetar or strange matter even. Because technically speaking, there would have to be a strange matter break or occurrence for those larger, atoms. Maybe not. I don't know. But it would have before, as it got to the medium, frequency of that, and it's still crushing in, that gains its heat, gains kinetic, and then like that allows for a liquidational occurrence of these more stable / less stable isotope heavier elements, and so that then gets fracked as that ablative nature, which is the only outward bound. But then it's like, oh yeah, suck it, ablation. Don't care how much heat you think you're putting out. You're not winning out against this ever increasing, dumping of energy into a Higgs boson field, or just straight up mass adding together type of, golly, I can't stop freaking fiddling around with stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is that like that medium to then higher frequencies is what really starts the process of a breakdown and less of a plasma that is like, it's like a supercritical, I would imagine at that point, event. Like supercritical fluid here, like ice. Like let's put it this way: we know ice can be made at temperatures far exceeding any ice that we use on a daily basis, tens of thousands of degrees, but the pressures you need to do it are not possible. To easily make. I need a pee. Give me a second. Okay, so while I was using the restroom, I had a little bit of a thought, and I'm like, it's not going to create a big old, ginormous, singular atom, for the core. By the time, in fact, would have pushed past as a result of that fissiling and the increased amount of energy, radiation energy, quantum field, allowed energy, basically energy put into this. At the same time, it has way too many fundamental building blocks for quarks starting to occur far, far more. Okay. And an increasing resonance of pressure frequencies that would most likely occur and correlate together with some of these quantum fields that exist and impart some of that energy into that when it can be there, or when it is there, along with, hey, I wanted to be a photon. There's a neutron, there's enough pressure, there's enough quarks here to allow for an electron, but then the electron to form like a hydrogen would be too unstable in its environment, and then would most likely break down quite quickly. So I would imagine at that point, it's really like it's a good way to put. I have a feeling that the plasma in the core would have skipped past a quark gluon plasma, whilst there were still stable isotopes, whilst there were still formations of some fusion of these more stable isotopes, but also fissiling and also fusion of some of these lighter element, atoms, increasing its density, heat, and exothermic, as in kinetic, as in movement, and then of course it's already heating up with the medium frequency, and then it gained a very extreme amount of pressure after it just gained heat, after it just gained more movement, and it just gained a very heavy input of energy outside and inside, and then subquarkian particles or subquark particles, even maybe particles that make up that are something we might not know, or something we do know, or at least are theorized. At the very least, quantum fields are going to become vastly magnified in their effects, and should be for certain interacting with this plasma that let's say the core was the size of our star that we orbit, the sun. By the time it had gotten to 50% of its size, I would start to assume at that level the interaction will play, while very it wouldn't be for very long. It would have actually started to do a weird version of something, best be described as, from my imagination, a spinning then ball that shrinks while in its center, which I mean this core that we're talking about at that level, even though it's 50% of the size of our sun, has a new definite core that's existing that wouldn't be appropriate to describe as anything other than, because of its unfortunate gain of density during its pressurization, and gain of extraordinarily high heats, which typically means it will have a lower density, than it otherwise might or would have had at that point in time, all while trying to essentially, I guess, move fast enough compared to its outer shell core, and then that outer shell atmosphere, and then core from the atmosphere that's collapsing on it. A lot of layers there at that juncture in time. It would be past the beginning, start, and then end of the existence for creating those very large atoms. And they would have tried instead to crunch greater and greater amounts, but just simply are moving and are too unstable to actually do that, and are suddenly getting a very strong, whatever the hell the core is at this point, outward/inward effect. And my guess is it's going to be a quantum tunnel effect. Some sort of a quantum tunnel amplification of the ability for it to traverse a longer distance without entanglement or superposition. Normally not really possible, but I'm guessing it's simply because of the breakdown of our fundamental forces, and then starting and then instead of while they're combined and doing that thing, but then there's not enough for it to be combined, and then so there are pockets where it is, and then there are different versions of that, as in nuclear and electromagnetic combined, or gravitational and electromagnetic, or a weirdly interacting combination, and then superposition perhaps of some of them, or entangling as well of some of these particles or these fields, or both. I don't know. That are also being given energy to continue what they're doing, and then falling out of being a superposition to suddenly having an ability to be lightly superpositioned, or high degree of extremely pinpointed preciseness of wave function collapse, making them extraordinarily certain, like too certain for us to be able to replicate, I guess, in a lab, or want in our mathematical simulations, because it I guess would allow just so much stuff to continuously collapse all of it around wherever it is, that it's kind of stuck being exactly this, where it is doing this. And so things, I'm guessing that's going to have its own version of a forced radiative outward bound collapse, or increased likeliness of wave function certainty, direction, interaction, so on, for other particles or fields or energies. At this point, I wouldn't be able to know with because I'm not a quantum physicist. I haven't really gotten very well versed in the math and science of that kind of a thing. That is the combination after breakdown of extraordinarily high pressures and energies, and that the quantum fields and more apparently are very they are theorized to do, but are it's not just like a kind of a theory. It's like this is what many people genuinely not only just believe, but have at least kind of credible backing, thanks to the LHC experiment. They should for certain be in the ballpark, area range, doing. It's one of those, like, it's like a scatter plot. Like you fire like something that way, and for sure this grouping of things in the detection are very likely to be a breakdown of those separated fundamental forces, and had resultively had this particle and its interaction and detections be, as we theorized, might have happened, but we're hoping, we theorize that's what will happen. Just the reason why I'm so cautious, first off, I don't know. Second off, they aren't pinpoint enough in their orders of magnitude currently to very high certainty say that was that. And it's only as a kind of more consequence of the fact they don't have that level of energy to throw into the LHC, and the mass of the particles or atoms. They're looking at the extremely high luminosity that they're looking for in their experimental design to consistently gain that degree of data that shows it came from something like this breakdown of these forces. It's there. Just nobody wants to say that. There's something else going on. It would appear that could be going on within that area, and so they haven't stated past a theory so far for that detected event in their LHC experimental tester and design. Okay. But for me, what it means is, as a result, I have fuck all of an idea or clue. I'm going off of some theories and layman's terms and layman's man's basically rudimentary understanding of what this is that's possibly happening. So like this plasma is very likely to have a lot of this stuff interacting that with things that normally would never be interacted with for these atoms, particles, or other even fields. And so I don't know what the hell happens as a result. But I've got to say, there's got to be some weird quantum thought, because it's like, you can't exist here. Like, literally, it goes, you're too dense, you can't exist here, and there's enough energy now to go, you can go there. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of a thing is as likely to be going on. I don't see why it wouldn't be likely to be going on. That and but to the place that you wanted to be, all of a sudden had something try and force itself to be where you are. And so a lot of momentary in time density has started to become taken out, because it's starting to exist longer and longer in a quantumly tunneled area, which means it's not technically there. Not technically, even though it's there. You know what I mean? Like, it's there. The energy, the information, all of it should still exist in that area, and wherever the hell it was going to go as well. You know what I mean? It still is there. You know what I mean? Whatever space and time value happens to be, it's still there. So, so it's going to collapse where it's supposed to go to. Except that place suddenly became moved, because denser current, like a density of the plasma has occurred, but then a lessened degree of density has occurred, and so now there's more force and pressure, and now there's more heat, and now it's a very weird amalgamation of, like, well, that means that time and space has moved. Did it keep the information of where that point is, and so move to there, or are we looking at it in a wrong dimensionally inaccurate way? Where in that part that it was going to go to, which is that point in time space, that got moved, or that particle or wherever it was going to end up interacting with, is now used to be here. It's actually now here, but it still shows up where it was going to go. And so instead, it's more of a directionality approach. And then that's the length and directionality and all the rest of it that it was going to happen to go to. Or was it attached and then get dragged along and then shows up? I don't think anybody has run in any experiments, because I don't have any memory of something like that being a thing that we're aware of, and no. So my imagination is really just becoming, well, let's say it's both, and some kind of middle thing, and something roughly in between the middle part, like most bell curves tend to be for the stuff for standard models. You know what I mean? Sometimes it does happen to go to where its time and space or particle or whatever has moved to. Others, it happened to go to where that point directionality wise is. And then it got dragged a little bit, but didn't have enough energy, and so it moved a little bit around, or it happened to somewhat skip off and essentially creates a version where, well, I didn't collapse there, so I'm still in my quantum tunnel state, but the information that needs to be passed along was passed along to that area I was going to end up at, but there's still enough of a quantum tunnel, or too much density, or too much energy, or whatever combination there within, it means I'm still in a quantum tunnel area, and some interaction or energy pressure value. There has to be an interactional value. Otherwise, it'll just end up there. So my guess is that there's some kind of informational value that is getting passed into telling the quantum tunnel atom particle possibly compressed weird field separation that now exists in this dimensionally weird to us version of events. But to its quantum relativity, I'm just here. I guess I don't interact over there. I guess I've gone up or down in like, the version of events. That's, you know what I mean? Like, because imagine it's like, this is where we all are interacting and doing things. And now I'm over here. So I guess I have to wait until you let me come back in or something. You do your thing and tell me where I'm supposed to go. But that's, basically I would imagine at that point going to do, but since there are a lot of dense, fast, moving particles, energies, things that just normally these breakdowns wouldn't be here at all. And so now all of a sudden a nuclear force and gravitational force combo, which shouldn't normally ever be, is suddenly interacting with a what the hell? Random quantumly tunneled, into the fucking place hydrogen, or let's go with lead. Holy what? Why? It's got lead, you know what I mean? Like that existed for the briefest of somehow time, maybe broke down from one of the less stable, elements. What is it supposed to do? As far as I'm aware, like, and then, oh, by the way, even though it interacted at this small piece of its nucleus, but like over here, I'm good. It's normal stuff. I'm just nuclear interacting forces with some gravity or whatever, right? Nothing broke down, nothing's combined, nothing's anything like that. It's just normal stuff, right? It's like, what the hell would that do? And so did it chunk it off and then like try and grab it, or like give it like a frictional component that means now it's moving? Or how about like an equal opposite reaction of a Newtonian physics where it chunked it off, but then it sends it off in a different direction as a result of this? Or both, all of the above? Probably all of the above. I mean, and then there's still the pressures of the densities, the heats, and everything else, and which means, hey, I want to go over there because there's less heat and therefore less dense, or like there's a place for me because there's like an opening idea of a vacuum there, you know what I mean? Like, but like there isn't, because everything's really, really fast now. It just happened to travel along the substrate or material that we are all in, right? Like we're in space, even if we don't understand, normally speaking, that we're in space. So like we're in space in the sense that we're in time and space. We just happen to have like an atmosphere, gravity, a planet around underneath our feet, usually, that kind of thing. But we're still in space, And so like that's still a thing that's going on. Thank you. Goddamn, you're adorable. Thank you, Oni Mask. I appreciate you for saying that. That's very nice of you. I'm talking about a collapsing star and what might be going on. How am I doing? I'm doing fairly well these days. Right now, I am trying to keep myself up and going because I told myself I'd stream at 5 p.m. yesterday, but I'm doing 8 something p.m. today, and that's because I had to do my laundry and so on. How are you doing, Odie Mask? Doing all right, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So I was just about to talk about how this weird plasma amalgamation of, like normally nuclear will never break down together with gravity, right? And the problem is an extraordinarily large gravitational pressures, and also the pressures of just all of the material that's going on. So while it would maybe only happen for fractions of a fraction of a fraction of a second, it still did something. You know what I mean? We just don't know what that would be. They have ideas, theories, and nobody's, and so I don't think I can keep up. Okay, that's okay, Odie Mask. The basic premise of what I'm trying to say is, as a star is collapsing, it's undergoing a large amount of weird quantum and astrophysics and regular physics interactional plays. And as a result, somehow or another, is creating essentially an ultra dense but can't actually exist that dense plasma, and it's collapsing to where it used to be. Eventually, it like as in like all that material is going to be where it was, or where it's going to end up in the area it's going to end up. And even if it's not there in a quantum, because as a result of not there, quotation marks, because it's quantum tunneling, there's still the information that says it has mass, it has value, and therefore is gaining an ever increasingly greater degree of going to collapse into a very large amount of gravity. Even though it's doing this lessening of density, it can't do it forever. And so it's going to then quantumly tunnel that stuff into everything else outside of what this plasma that started off as, and breaks itself down further and further and further and further into as much lesser dense as it can be. And so it's going to radiate outward, kind of like if you were able to do a induction or some sort of an IR collapse, sort of electromagnetic heating for, let's say, iron, maybe copper, block of copper. You can start making the copper on the inside become melted. But then that melted copper radiates its heat and it cools off and becomes less dense, we'll say. And so it'll create pressure outward bound, and then you'll see the copper block kind of bulge. But then it'll cool pretty, substantially as it radiates its heat out. And so it's trying to do that more and more, and it's going to grow and grow and grow and grow because, of course, there's more and more pressure, more and more heat, more and more oscillative waves and everything else occurring. And it's a weird way to get around a pressure problem that it simply can't exist where it's at. There's too much pressure, there's too much density, there's too much heat. It can't do it. And so, of course, it has to shove it into something. And so it's going to try and push it into a other, quotation marks, dimension. It's a dimension, quotation marks. It's just a quantum tunnel area. And so it existed for a while in a quantum tunnel place and then collapses to wherever the world it can collapse to. Thus attaching itself to that, making it denser, giving it heat. And then all of a sudden it springs forth, making a greater degree of that plasma. It's got nothing else to be able to do. And so you see the outward growing kind of like part of that. So like Ant-Man. Ant-Man's a little weird. I'll say, so Kyle Hill did a wonderful video about like if it was increasing or decreasing density, he would effectively float away in the atmosphere or turn into a black hole. never be able to breathe, so on and so forth. But what I'll tell you, fan of Marvel, I'm a little bit of a fan of Marvel. I kind of know some comic book stuff. I'm not someone that you would probably say is like a diehard fan, or really anyone that keeps up to date. Yeah, just a little bit. I got kind of a part of. I became a kind of a part of it as a result of the Iron Man movies that came out. What do I like then? I like engines and concept designs, which is weird. I have a lot of engine concept designs and programming concept. I'm a creative person that enjoys just thinking about things, which is weird to say because it's like you don't follow a lot of stories. And I'm like, I used to follow a lot of stories. I used to follow what's a good way to put, like, books or something, you know what I mean? like I was a kind of a book guy for a while, but I was mostly a fantasy novel kind of guy, and then I was mostly cartoon, Ed and Eddie sort of Man of Action stuff like that. What else besides engines? Mostly YouTube science stuff. But about video games, I'm a big fan of Battlefield. I used to be, anyways. My favorite one was back in the day when I was even young. Even I would have been considered a young person, with Battlefield 2, Battlefield 2142, Bad Company 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, the fourth actual Call of Duty. So that was when I was in. How old are you now, if you don't mind me asking? I just turned 31. I am 31 now. So thank you for asking, Odie Mask. I already feel pretty shitty about being 31. I'm terrified of getting older. My my psoriasis arthritis, apparently I can't say the word, is pretty substantial already at 31, and it started back about 15 years ago, around when I was 15. Lies Man is for you looking in your early 20s. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like I look pretty old sometimes. So there's that. And you don't need to think yourself a time. That's a fair point. That being said, it's still it's a thing. It's a growing concern of mine, for sure. But yeah, no, I was into the Battlefield. I'm a first-person shooter player more than anything. I really like team play dynamics because then it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more sociable, and you get a lot more reward about doing well with your team. Like your squad, and you just kick butt. What did you have since 15 years ago? What did I have since? See, around. My start of psoriasis plaques on my skin happened when I was around 16 years old. And I didn't know I had it until that point. It's a lifelong. It was always there. I just didn't know it was there. Psoriasis, it's an autoimmune disorder. It's an autoimmune disorder that attacks brain cell synaptic network areas, creates skin plaques, which are sensitive / itchy, and it tends to give us arthritis over time, and is attached to other issues as well for us. No knowledge of such a condition. That's okay. Don't worry, Oni Mask. That's not something a lot of people have to deal with. I got it from my mom. My mom happens to have it. I'm also hard of hearing, How is it treating him? It's treating me terribly. If I'm being honest, I wake up not able to really have an easy time getting out of bed. I have a very hard time getting out of bed, a very hard time moving around, and in general, that tends to increase anxiety, stress, depression, and I also have other comorbidity factors from other mental disorders. So are you getting a cure for it or some type of? There is no cure for autoimmune disorders, as far as I'm aware. I need to get I need to get one more test run, and then I can go talk to my dermatologist to be able to get a self-injection medicine that I have to inject every 2 weeks. And so I don't really, I'm not super enthused about it, especially since I, on average, have very negative reactions to the vast majority of medications I've been on. So, medication attainment. That's the one. Like, because I've been on ointments and creams before in the past, but it's not really something that's treating the arthritis or the brain side that will occur. It just sort of gets rid of the skin. But that being said, there are also places where you should not put that ointment on because they're steroidal, and it will cause issues. And so I can't really use it. And it didn't really work for me. They would go kind of away and then they'd come back. So I wish I could get that hug, Oni Mask. Hugs. Anyways. Thank you very much for the love and support, dude. I've been needing that. Most of my time has been very lonely where I'm at. Yeah, for a better future. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hope I get a better future too. But let's see here. Where is I? Right, the less dense, but actually technically weirdly creating more density further from where it is. Please, and here to listen and hang out. Thank you very much, Oni. Yes, please follow the channel. If you want to take a look at my YouTube and subscribe, please go right ahead. That would be really nice. Thank you. Yeah, you did follow. Yeah, I don't know what in the world I have to put on because I use StreamYard to stream because I'm on a Chromebook. And I don't have a PC, so I can't use OBS. I can't use other stuff. And so I don't get like those notifications. Where's your YouTube? It's the same name, YouTube link. It's the same name on YouTube, along with Twitter and everything else. So I'll post the Twitter real quick and here. There we go. And then I'll get the YouTube real fast. Let's see here. See if I can get that link. Yeah. My computer's so slow once I start streaming. So that's a thing I have to deal with. There we are. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to exit out of that app is being slow. Everything's being slow right now. It's really frustrating. Are you related to Garrett Watts by any chance? No, I don't even know who that is. If I'm honest, I have no idea who Garrett Watt is. I'm not sure whether or not to be offended or take that as a compliment. So there's that. Just give me the same vibes as him. Okay, cool. That seems cool. All right, so here's the YouTube channel. YouTuber. All right, thanks. And then that's about it. I have a Reddit too, but like that's definitely more of a not safe for work if you ever follow any of that shit. You know what I mean? So have fun with that. But those are my main things. I don't have an Instagram. I don't have a Snapchat. I don't have any of that. I'm just doing the YouTube and Twitch and Twitter right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that for following me on YouTube. That's very nice of you. You don't use Twitter. Yeah, that's okay. Twitter is Twitter. I just post updates on Twitter about when I post or what I'm posting or my thoughts or whatever else, because I really can only stream about once a week for about 5 hours, because that's I get a 20-hour allotment with StreamYard unless I can pay for it, and I don't have the ability to pay for it. So that's really what that is. But yeah, no. If you want to, StreamYard is what I'm currently streaming off of. It's a website or something that allows me to stream from my really underpowered Chromebook that has 4 gigabytes of RAM and a duo core that is almost it's only slightly better than my phone's, I think, quad or something core. I don't know. It's a Samsung A51. So there's that. Can't do it from Twitch itself. No, Chromebook doesn't. So Chrome OS, OBS, and Streamlabs don't work for Chrome OS. I tried to figure out this Python live streaming program that someone made on GitHub, and I could never get the darn thing to run. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. What about my phone? Oh, I could still run off of my phone, I think. Maybe. It's a big maybe. I think I can run off of my phone to stream. So I suppose if I want to do morning streams for my coffee stuff, I could probably do that. But I figure the better sound quality with the microphone and the camera is maybe a little better for the stream. Why limit yourself only once a week if you can use the phone? Because that's true. StreamYard, I can only stream off my computer once a week. But if I can use my phone, then I can just plug it in. And I didn't even think about that. Thank you very much, Oni, for the suggestion. I'm going to do that. Might as well. Have fun. Totally forgot I could do that. Literally didn't remember. Or expressive video YouTube, right? Yeah, that one's talking about quantum thermodynamics. But it's explained in a very nice, not overly technical way. Made with my phone. Yeah. No, that's a 5 gigabyte, by the way, file that took about 12 hours, I think, to upload with my computer. Quality and sound, so they're pretty good. Okay, awesome. I'll have to check it out. I might have an option to add in my microphone as well, actually, since I can get out my, what's it called? I have this dongle that allows me to break out sound and microphone from it's a OTG over the ground dongle, so I can plug in my full of 3 and allow myself to get a microphone, because for some reason, if I plug this microphone in, it doesn't pick up the sound from the microphone and headphone jack. So that's great. Thank you for looking into streaming. Yeah, I hope so. I honestly, because honestly, I like streaming. I enjoy streaming. Streaming is fun for me. Geez, I totally didn't. Thank you tremendously, Oni. I really, honestly, try now. Not really. No, not to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I really want to keep up on this right now, so I can keep myself consistent. You know, what do I have going on Monday? Let's see here. So, let's see here. That's what is it? Monday already? It's the 15th. So nothing's going on Monday. I'll try it out on Monday. Try it out on Monday, and get my coffee stream going. You guys can maybe even watch me cook. Although I don't really cook breakfast, if I'm being real. I am from the U.S. I'm in Arizona. I'm in a rural ass place in Arizona. It doesn't really have great internet, so that's a thing that I am currently having to deal with. You know, so. Time is it there? It's 10 p.m. 10:14 roughly. So I've got another 3 hours to go on the streaming time here. 8-hour difference. Woo! Where are you at? Middle. That sounds an awful lot like the middle of Europe. European Union, that is. Algeria. Oh. Kind of close, not very close. I'm not very close on that. My geography is good. I don't think it's not. Geography is not very good. Where is Algeria? Oh, hey, that's Northern Africa. Oh, wow, cool. There you go. Sweet. Yeah, no, they don't teach us great geography skills in school. You know what I mean? My geography class was a shitty nightmare when I was in middle school. I had a teacher that didn't for my 7th grade class. Just first off, our class didn't want to learn, and I had to be sat up in front because I'm hard of hearing, and I couldn't focus, and I was terrified and so overwhelmed about going to a new school and all this other family drama and everything else. I just wasn't, gonna. Anyways, point is, the class didn't go well. No, I wasn't the only one that wasn't passing his class. So, and then there's a bunch of dumb stuff like that. Essentially, back in high school, there was this old woman that in her own little world, and she didn't teach us anything. Ooh, that's another version. I didn't necessarily get. I think I had 1 or 2 teachers that were like that back in high school or middle school, maybe, and 1 or 2 kind of just let us do our own thing, but not kind of really, you know what I mean? It's because like there's a like study period or something where you like get a break. You had all these things. This is time for you to read a book or do homework. Meanwhile, I'm going to read a book. I hate homework. I don't even care if I'm at school. I'm not going to do it. And I don't know why. I could have done it. I just, whatever. She was literally just spitballing. Nice lady, but she was literally just spitballing. I'm sorry. That sucks. That's pretty garbo, honestly. Especially when you actually want to learn although geography is kind of one of those weird ones, because to be extra frank and brutal about it, the vast majority of your life, for the vast majority of people, you are not going to have to care about where most things are located, or what's going on politically with them. And so as a result, learning it doesn't have a great degree of considered importance or value to a large number of people. So it's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, very true. Thank you. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one because it's like, if you're someone that's in, let's say, investing in the stock market, 100%, I could absolutely see I could absolutely see people needing to really understand and know what's geopolitically going on and geographically what is going on, where they're located, how far of a distance for this company, their shipment of goods or services or whatever, or their people, and so on, is going to ultimately do for the impacting nature of their stocks that they happen to have, and how long to hold, and how, and typically, outside of that, if you're some leader of your country, or geopolitical influential company or country, or both, somehow, I imagine, if the world is vast and large as it is, that might be the case, but yeah, I just don't feel like most people really need to care. Mostly in specific situation, not general everyday life. Yeah, no, like math is used in everyday life. Geography is very true, very, very, very true. What I would say is geography is something that you'll care about if you're traveling, and what the laws and what you should do and where you should go and so on, for those important kind of things you need to know, will suddenly pop up. But math, you're most likely going to have to do a little bit of math at the grocery store, unless you're a person that just will buy whatever, because of course you have a certain budget and you're trying to min-max that alongside cutting those coupons or whatever else to try and get yourself further distance you can go with your money. So yeah, that's and even then, I still see unfortunately a decent lack of math that's really necessarily needed outside of balancing a budget in our everyday lives, which is addition and subtraction. So if you can do addition and subtraction, you can probably balance a budget, and be able to have the ability to get your life working for the amount of money and income you have. So that's best I got on that, So and that's weird to say, because like it's a good way to put like the need for it isn't more than that, but then a surprisingly significant number of things use algebraic calculus, trigonometry, certain things like this, mathematics naturally, that don't have you running numbers in your head, but you run an idea of I can talk to this person kind of like this. And I can get away with saying these things, or I can, wait for this long before I have to do this with your coworker, your boss, your project, so on. And those are a large degree of fairly decently complex math that you need to have kind of a rough understanding for the logical basis of figuring out if you can, should you, and so on in regards to those situations. That was the best example you give. Yeah, for for budgeting. Budgeting's I don't get why people don't budget. Budgets are just sort of, I think it's sticking to the budget. I think anyone can kind of do a budget. I think it's really kind of sticking to a budget, because we have like in our heads, like we have desires, we need things to help ourselves offset stress or have something to look forward to or use on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. So you take some people just take the living in the moment too far. Yeah. I feel like that's a way to cope with understanding the life situation they're in is not gonna get better. You know what I mean? Like they don't plan ahead. Yeah, and I think it's more like that's a good way to put it. They are fully aware that they're going to have to pay for this later. And to be able to cope, they're going to enjoy the right now, and they're going to simply ignore that later. And in fact, knowingly are going to make it worse for themselves. But at the same time, we're fine with that's a good way of putting it. Essentially, it's a weird balancing act to sort of forget that there's a future coming and have a fun time now. But at the same time, often do remember and think that about that bad future coming, and even have in the moment when the bad future is now the bad present, know that they did it, and that's what the consequence was. But also still lament the fact and dislike and so on. It's a very weird, like, I think, way of being able to handle life. I shouldn't say weird. Most people tend to do it, but it's a way to try and get through life, but still often are going to be aware of that negative aspect as a thing. They know the consequences, but they commit the act anyways. Yeah. Hello, guys. What's up? Anything we're discussing currently? It's a weird philosophy. I shouldn't say we're kind of more or less discussing a philosophy or a coping strategy for how it is we can live life, or some people, not we. As if we're bouncing ideas off, and we're going to do this more of a lot of people seem to do this, or let's put it this in a way that's a little bit more, I guess, framing as an example. Destiny, let's just call you Destiny Destiny Rod MG milligram or something. I'll phrase it like this. I'm a stressed person that has a relatively rough life, that has not too many opportunities and not much income. And so I'm going to stay out late and enjoy some sort of nightlife culture, either eating at a restaurant or at a club, or just staying out and wandering around and seeing what happens or what they see, and so on. But I still have work in the morning. In fact, I have to wake up at 6 a.m. or something, and I have to be there at 7:30 or 8 or 9 or whatever it is. And so it's like I'm going to spend that time staying awake, and it's 2, 3 a.m. I'm awake. I've eaten. That's and it was money I didn't even have to eat or have for alcohol or have to get into the club or whatever it is. Okay. But then I know for a fact I'm going to have to eat that cost waking up. I know for a fact I have to wake up. I have to go to work, school, whatever. I have to deal with the extra fuel I used if I used my car and didn't walk, or took the bus. I have to take that cost for either if I had a bus pass, but typically they don't run at 2, 3 a.m. So that means the wear and tear on my body that I had to take as a result of, coming back home. I'm just talking about whatever really welcoming though. It's true, Oni. I have to say, as a 26-year-old, I am very experienced when it comes to having a hard time. I can tell you how to cope, deal with things. Too long ago, my mother left me and my 2 brothers. So, I see bad things. Oh, yeah, Destiny. Courtrooms side with women extraordinarily often, even if they are seen to have, and it's they have evidence. Like, even if they have the evidence that they're doing drugs and they're abusing their children, they'll still side with the mother. It's really kind of shitty. So I'm sorry that you had to go through that. So I said that could deal with things. Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, and that's shit that you had to deal with it. And hopefully your life is getting better now, and you're in a better place, dude. And all that. But what I was going to say about trying with low income to relieve and have an enjoyable experience being alive, because that's all coping is, and maintaining ourselves is. We are trying to have an enjoyable experience while we're awake and conscious and even sleeping and experiencing. So what I'll say is, it's like, okay, so you had to take that wear and tear, you got less sleep, you're a little bit more irritable, a little faster to anger, slower on, and generally speaking, less able to perform. And you decided to do this for several weeks, months on end. Eventually, that health toll you took to be able to cope, and the less amount of money, finances that you were able to have at your disposal, meant that you're going to have to take on that healthcare cost, and you slept further into poverty, most likely, if you didn't get promoted or a better career opportunity later on. So they had to go through life and had most of the stuff. Still here in this phone now, I'd rather just sticking together, trying to help you. First thing you need to have is discipline. Prioritize discipline, motivation, means nothing. 3 of us. Okay. Not to lessen any of the amount of your work ethic and ability, and drive and passion and the discipline you have gained, Destiny. But unfortunately, a lot of people end up falling into mental areas that mean discipline is not necessarily something achievable, or physical disability, or something, or mental disability, something where you no longer have the same level of functionality as someone else, means a discipline. It can be gained in other ways. It doesn't necessarily mean that you'll gain a discipline to being able to get out of the situation you're in. Not to mention discipline. Sometimes, let's say if we're talking about a woman in an abusive relationship and is terrified to get out, can have the discipline to continue to try and keep trying to get out of the relationship, but without the necessary help, know how to, and more. They also get this societal perspective that they want this, or that they're continuing it, or so on and so forth. Weren't able to get out of the situation, and may have actually end up getting very injured, if not killed, or had a unfortunate similar thing occur with, if there are children involved, their children or all of them. It can also go flip side with men as well when it comes down to mental and emotional manipulation and abuse. So I'm just trying to say, I love the fact that you learn discipline, and it seems to help you out a lot. And you're in a better place, and you're a lot more tightly knit as a family. It's not everyone that ends up that way, and so please remember that perspective, and respect that they are also trying their best, and don't look down upon them. Is all I'm hoping that you heard from me, basically, because that's all I'm trying to say. Okay. Renee's own story with personal unique struggle is good that you and your siblings are doing well, though. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, any brothers or worse or those for some time. Yes, anything. Yeah. Thank you, Destiny. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you were able to support your youngest brother as a family, and he's getting a lot better, and he's getting his life together. Addiction is a extraordinarily rough situation on everyone. Not just them, not just you, not just both of you. There's outside problems that tend to also occur, and there's even, the legality aspect for that side of things too. And then there's the stigma that associates with it, where you think lesser of them, or at least other people can think lesser of them. I don't think that you probably did that. It sounds like you're helping them out a lot, but it's really good to hear. There's some people I wish that I met in my life that had a similar family situation to help them out, because they really needed something like that. And I couldn't really be that. I only briefly knew them, or knew what was going on, but wasn't able to help in that capacity. So it was very difficult, because I didn't want them to get this feeling of I was abandoning them, or ignoring them. Unfortunately, I just wasn't someone that would have been able to do anything, and that's something that actually makes me feel very guilty and kind of ashamed of myself, because I'm unable to do anything to help or for them outside of hey, what about rehab, or if they can't afford that, you know what I mean? Like, so anyways, I just want to, sometimes stuff is very hard on all of us men when you think about it. Us three being born and raised by my father, who sadly passed away, really opened our mind up to the world, and he told us it is going to be very hard. It still is. And that's something I always give advice, not just to myself again, because I try and stop myself from going too far into this practically at that point delusional optimism. It's something a therapist I had in the past said to me that at first really made me angry, or at least annoyed, and I wanted to understand why in the world he would tell me that and say that to me. But he gave me the advice of, it's only going to get harder from here, and it's not ever really going to not get harder. And a good way to put it is, life, let's say you don't have much going on, you don't have much of a life, you don't have friends, a family, or relationships, or a job, or school, or whatever, and you're barely able to function just doing the get out of bed and go to therapy like I was at the time. You take more shit on, more things, and then you have to also deal with yourself going through that. You have to do more work that before you couldn't in that moment be able to handle or do, period, at all. And so then you had to slowly work on it and be able to actually handle and do the work. But it takes time to get there, and it's a not ever going to stop thing. So it will always be there, and even if you slide back and are managing to figure out how to remove some of the extra stressors and work you have to do, eventually it's going to come back. So I was really grateful and thankful for that advice he gave me. We're not being helped as much as women imagine. Us three brothers having to stick together. This is something that I will offshoot. Maybe this is a better way of what you were trying to talk about or mean. But there aren't abuse shelters for men. There aren't a lot of understanding that men are kind of vilified / seen as not men for admitting that they're having issues emotionally, physically, mentally, or being abused by either colleagues or other friends or family members. There could be a relationship component there as well, and are resultively invalidated and looked in a way where they are complaining too much or all that. But it's a big component of learning that there's some stuff that could for sure be better for the male gender, for help and ability to get out of, unfortunately, bad financial or bad life opportunity, whatever, kind of stuff that is, situations going on with them, and ability to slowly get back up on their feet, much like women often have a good amount, actually, of there's a social help that they can get from family members or friends, colleagues, and even government too. But there's a little less of that for men, because you're not trying hard enough. You're not doing this right, and there's just a little bit. It's a little more difficult for sure on men, in certain ways. So, I just feel you on that for sure. Yeah. Feel me too. I don't know how old you are. 31 now. Positive outcomes will always come to you when you work on your fears, negativity, and others. It's very fair. It really does take time. Me and my middle brother are doing really nice and are paying and kind of teaching the youngest how to deal with the world. It's very, very nice of you. That kind of help in teaching would have been amazing, because I kind of had to just do it all by myself, and nobody really gave me much in terms of advice or direction, for how to. It's in some ways helped, and in other ways really made it very, very difficult, and it really prevented me from being able to get places at times, and it really dragged me back down mentally and emotionally, and even somewhat physically. So that would have been a nice job, dude. But our bond is what makes them stronger as brothers and as men going through the world. I have to say, what I would maybe I'm hoping to help you maybe see a perspective, my perspective. I'm going to give you my genuine opinion and perspective on what it is you're talking, because I think that's really, really great. But and that's the but. I think that could be applied to just people in general, like that could have good friends, or if they were an abusive household, family that can turn into friends that are very similar in scope. And this is one of the reasons why hippy dippy communes, man, often have a very strong, even though they're not very religious, but are sometimes quite spiritual, familial, like as in they are feeling as if they are family and treat it as such and say as such that they are family, for their community / group that they're with, and help each other grow and prosper, and be able to weather the difficulties that life can give, to anyone really over time at any given point in time. Same thing here. Even my own friends would see that I would struggle sometimes, but as the oldest, I had to just siphon all the tears my father gave me to go through things. None of my friends even batted an eye or cared about my emotion, side of me. Only us brothers did. Yeah, that is some of the most heartbreaking and mentally destructive parts about living and experiencing and going through being alive and life at large. It's this weird thing where you're so happy to share and really enjoy your time with these people that are not biologically related to you, but certainly are like-minded and can hold your same energy and vibe and have that conversational side, and really you get a lot from it. It's a very, very nice, but or at the very least, even if you're not getting all this attention or back and forth conversation, that someone at least thinking at some point about you, and that's nice to have. But I've seen happening, and people anecdotally, either online from posts or telling me about their own past friendships that they didn't want to be a part of or weren't a part of anymore, were really upset with and upset's a nice thing, it's like just straight up depressed, angry, enraged about the fact that there's this unwillingness, straight up, even worse, almost like attacking, accusatory, side that can come from them going and saying, I can't, like betrayal, legitimately, and more than even betrayal from their friends, and them saying they simply can't, or that they are being like told off, that they're being expressed to them that this person that you are, or that I was talking to, is having a upset time or going through a bad part of their life, more, and they're, I don't know how else to put, like, it's just like a fuck you, stop fucking coming around here with your problems, and fuck off, and so on and so forth. Like they're angry that you're, and they're it's stuff like that, and it's very bad communication, but also that they're not able to have what is a very real need in their life for someone to care and offer advice, or be a validating part outside of themselves, and so on, and giving the much needed intimacy kind of thing, and attention and care, deserving of any of us, really. It's just not there. We learned it the hardest, man. I'm telling you. And I'm really proud of you for talking about these things. At least there's a small light at the end of the tunnel to speak to someone like yourself who shares thoughts like this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I've gone through a lot of shit. I've been homeless twice. I had an abusive household, family, emotionally, mentally neglectful. There's even some physical abuse and manipulative abuse and so on. And I've talked to a lot of people and mental health facilities that I've gone to many times, alongside of being homeless. And so with the therapy I've gone through, I get a lot of this perspective consistently from people that are going through some of the worst parts and moments of their life, where they don't have a support network or anyone to encourage them or treat them as valid as they are, or in the ways that they should be treated as, not talked down to, bullied, gaslit, blamed, shamed, and it's really, 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 really hard on us. And because I've had it go on in my life as well. I should really say at this point it's us, not an excuse. I'm sure I've done it myself, and I'm not okay with that. And whatever was going on, I still like to apologize if anybody felt that way, and now I'm trying to do better. There's also this other side of me where I don't take shit anymore. Like, I'm in that point where I'm like, you can't say that shit. You cannot phrase that way. I'm going to go after you. You think of me like this, and so on. And then, like, I'm going to challenge the shit out of that toxic negativity, that negative, shit. And I have to, because I already have my own mind to deal with, that is already just hard. I myself go through moments of hopelessness and helplessness and complete depression and terrifying anxiety and stress moments and procrastination and my ability to or my inability to deal with some of the rejections or this fear of impending events and the event there within, and the inability to really have the time to process and slowly work into something. The world is extremely fast, and you have to do what's required, and you might find out that you never get opportunities or time to process and cope and maintain yourself, where you can think and feel and really truly enjoy what life has to offer. Destiny. We're the type of people who have experienced a lot in our lives. I'll never forget the times I cried about life and everything. I've been there. Still good cry. I still need to cry. I'm terrified of crying. I'm not even gonna lie. Whatever points or parts of me that seem to like, oh, I'm going to jump, and then it's like I'm just not going to do it. And I feel like it's a survival reaction mechanism that I picked up as a result of everything that's gone on in the last kind of decade, because of how hard how much it can make me spiral, and it might end up having me go too far and become suicidal, maybe not be able to get back up effectively. Thought I might do put something in me and I'm unstoppable train. I should every man find something like that. Honestly, same. I'm looking for a project to get myself into, or something greater than myself. I'd love to finally find a woman, or I'm polyamorous, so a relationship, maybe multiple relationships that I could have as a kind of thing that I focus and my efforts on, while I also get the rest of my life in order, and maybe even have kids that I can focus on and have my effort and attention used to help me push myself, and not fall back to bad habits and bad thoughts, that kind of thing. You need to find yourself a mentor who talks about life. Have been listening to anyone like that on YouTube or anything? Not really. If I'm being honest, I kind of think about it myself. I don't really like the kind of parasocial. I have a therapist I see regularly, and then I still have myself that I talk about my situation, what I'm feeling, and trying to process. Most of my stuff I've come up with myself. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's the best. I wouldn't say that it's the worst anymore. I built up enough that I actually am someone that, oddly enough, is a person able to give advice, a person able to share a perspective that is very helpful, and experiences that are very teachable to others. And so there's that that I have going on. Such that I've had several moments where my therapist has was expressed to me that she learned of a new view and perspective on what was going on in my situation, or how I was seeing, like, let's say, politically, what's going on, or online, how certain things are going on between the various, people clashing in some weird culture war battle thing for online supremacy or whatever. I don't know, but it's one of those interesting things. But you're right. I wouldn't mind find myself a mentor. I just have a lot of hesitation. A good way to put the feelings of, and the reasons why I have this hesitation is I've had a lot of people give me bad advice or lie, and ultimately I don't know what else to say about that except for that kind of a thing. Therapists I would have is I try to push me the hardest, get myself motivated, so I go through life. Some kind of new gym therapist, brace rather than conquer misery. Do that. I actually recommend one, at least one video may change your thoughts and everything. So okay, great. I wanted to copy that. Wonderful. Let's hide that real quick. Superb. Nice job, me. Wonderful. It's not that bad though that I did that. If you want to watch this video and share your thoughts and say you'll die from watching this, I doubt it. I'm just not really looking to watch video. I can't. Streaming on this computer is the most that it really lets me do while I'm streaming. Can't really do extra things together or even stream another thing while I'm streaming just the camera alone. So that's one of those unfortunate problems with the Chromebook I have and the lack of power it happens to have. So there's that. So let me see what chat might be able to get as a result of this. Can you paste that link real quick? Because for some reason I can't copy anything on StreamYard. What in the world? Why can't I copy anything? Phone video, yeah. I don't know. I'm not. Let's put it this way. I don't really want to watch it except for by myself. If I'm being honest, I kind of want to just sort of focus on kind of talking, that kind of thing. Nothing to do with you. It's just, I think maybe distracts from the stream. I don't know. I just don't want to do it right now. I think you can understand that. All right. All right. God. Yeah. No, I have a thing about embracing. If you don't know, embracing the misery is a weird one for me. All right, I got the link. It's coming up on YouTube. Being slow as fuck. All right. So, what I'll say is, I'll take a look at that as probably sometime tomorrow. Most likely, I'm just going to chill out for tonight after I'm done streaming. But what I'll say is embracing the suffering. I think that can work wonders for certain people. That's all well and good. But I think maybe this is more of an Eastern philosophy. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Russian, even like a lot of stuff like that. Would be to accept that the situation sucks, and it's going to be that way, and you're going to have to work through it, and it's going to suck, and time helps to be better able at handling the suckage and accepting the suckage, and at least you, for sure, if you're not a Taoist or Taoist, where you simply allow for it to happen, which is a more of a Western idea, but there's a couple of other versions, even in the Buddhist realm, where it is to allow and accept and embrace that acceptance of the not great situation going on. Look forward toward a goal or something you're wanting and hoping to head towards, like you are a boat on a very fast-moving river, and then help yourself by working, and I guess metaphorically, symbolically here, or a leaf on the river, whatever, help hopefully head towards that seen ahead goal and objective that we're talking about, in this philosophy, be worked towards by helping use the current that's pushing you along, and which is the life situation that's going on, and then the suckage is effectively just the turbulence and the crap. That's the metaphor that's symbolically representative of a crappy life situation, and the lessons it taught you, the ups and downs, and all the rest, and then work towards an overarching bigger picture or whatever, and then do that as time goes on, and change it as time goes on, which is another type of philosophy that some of them do have. I find that kind of intermingling is pretty decent sometimes, but it's not all perfect at being able to handle shit that just sometimes is much more than just some rapids on a river. You know what I mean? Bracing for me means still having them inside you, but conquering you means you have evolved. I understand that. I get you. I can see that 100%. See that 100% being a thing. I'm not going to try and say anything other than absolutely. It works. I'd add to it, or maybe by saying like, okay, sometimes you're not going to conquer let's say a terminal illness here, like multiple sclerosis, or a impossible to cure disease or cancer. And sometimes that embracing is really, because I don't want Destiny, for you or others, if they ever listen to this, hopefully they do at some other point, what I'll say is that understanding a version and form of conquering is to accept that it's going to be that, and it's going to be like this, and the other things that are not, you can work on changing or making better. But to conquer and grow and have a version of not failing and really just succeeding is to accept and embrace this that is occurring or is not going away or happening. And that said, abuse, torturous, levels of abuse, even that keep continuing, is something you can conquer a version of the situation by saying, I accept it is happening. It is getting out of it that is the only very real acceptable way to fully conquer, or really not conquer, but be able to succeed, embrace life. I don't know, because a version you are succeeding, but it's not worth it to accept you being harmed, and allowing for it to continue, working on making the opportunity to get out of it and have some form of justice or something occur is a massive goal I feel people should have. Okay. For them to be able to fight through their overwhelming suffering, depression, anxiety, all the rest of it, that they're in no way not going through, however much they say they aren't. That's true. Talking about emotional states, even if you do have a life-threatening illness, I hope they all survive it. They don't let the illness bring them down emotionally. Absolutely. Or at least have a way of having a fun life while they go through and have their inevitable outcome, occur. Okay, and however long that happens to keep going for. So that's a rough one. It's a very rough one. Philosophy, religions, ways of going about and perceiving and thinking, reacting, and more about life is a never-ending existential topic. I don't think anyone really ever fully stops, simply because it's all seemingly a little different, different situation, different point in life, different you, a few minutes, seconds, hours, months, years, weeks, decades from now. Sometimes it's totally the right call and the right perspective and everything else, and you can totally have that right then and there, and then it's a different you, and it's still the right call, still the right everything, but you apparently changed to a degree where you can't have it, and so that's also a part of that you have to learn how to grow back into being able to perceive it and react to it like that again, or change it to be more in line with your new self, and get the maybe better, maybe as good, maybe it's a little worse, maybe it's much worse, but eventually get back to having the better and the correct and all the rest of that stuff going on. It's a never-ending topic that is difficult to say there is anything other than a few perspectives, like quite a few perspectives, quite a few reactions, quite a few belief systems, and so on that are very good and proficient in helping us through it so far that we're aware of. That either you yourself came up with and weren't aware of someone else having effectively the same or very similar perspectives and ways of thinking and acting about it, or maybe you did learn from them, and that's also wonderful as well. Just tell you, my man, I respect you very much for talking about these things. Life treats you well and treat yourself even better. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I do too. Same goes for you. Stay strong. I'm rarely on Twitch, maybe once a month or two. Maybe we'll see each other another time. God bless. All right, man. Hey, before you leave, please give a follow. And maybe if you ever want to watch my YouTube, feel free to follow my YouTube. I bet you're gone at this point, but you don't know. You might be not gone, but I bet you are. Because I saw that. Oh, sure thing. Peace out. Oh, so you're not gone. Oh, I lost that bet. Well, that's good. I was glad I was wrong. There you go. Thanks, man, for giving a follow and all that. Appreciate that. Hope you have a nice night. Too serious about these things? Yeah, well, my YouTube is the same thing. Some of them are a little more serious and out there and very more animated and all that, but some of them are just a lot more less serious and funnier videos. So give that a shot if you want to. I hope you do. Peace out, dude. Hey, Hottie, you look ripe. Ripe. Okay. Like your glasses. Thank you. Hey, Briota. Hey, it's Lenny. Thank you for the compliments. I appreciate that. Hey, what's your YouTube? Can't find it. It's Xenon Reality. I think I posted it earlier a long time ago. Let's see here. YouTube /404 not found. Of course not. I really need to update that. Did I ever get rid of that paste? No, that's still the same one. Bingo. All right. Nice. There you go. I'm pretty sure that's my YouTube account. So there you go. There's my YouTube channel. I bet you, because I'm a small little creator that tends to swear a lot, it's probably not going anywhere. That kind of a thing. Maybe even shadow banned. There you go. But please give it a follow or a subscribe. And same thing with the stream. I would greatly appreciate it. I already appreciate it. I'm from Eastern Europe. Turn to work in an hour. Peace out. All right, dude. Have a great day. I hope your job goes well. Thanks for talking. I'm glad to talk about some of this stuff I don't normally get to. Have a good one. Like your glasses. Thank you. Left or right? Left or right on what? Bingo. Nice. Did you go to uni? Republican or Democrat? More Democratic. I'm certainly more Democrat than I am Republican by far. Did I go to uni? Briefly, I ended up dropping out as a result of some bad family life and my own mental health situations. Ended up dropping out around that point. And just became too difficult to continue. What do you do for work? Looking for work, actually. So there you go. I'm currently not. This is what I do for work. Don't really make money from it, though. So, hopefully you get somewhere where I can make money from it. You know what I mean? Who were we talking about? Oh, right. The life kind of thought process for coping through it for some of the more stressful points in life, where a person might not have a large amount of income, but will want to try and relieve stress or have something to do. And goes out, maybe parties, maybe eats, maybe buys something, or maybe just goes out, and then they sleep for a shorter period of time. They do that for quite a while, and they have to pay for that, like mentally and emotionally, and their job suffers or whatever else. But eventually they maybe don't understand the more subtle nuances of that possible cost that's going to happen, where it isn't something where with a single night of good sleep or even several months of good sleep will make it so that they're not as stressed and that they're out of the compounded interest of cost for their job, seeing you as someone that maybe slacked off or isn't someone that's very good performing, on top of the if you have a car, the extra wear and tear, and so therefore new maintenance costs that will come later on their car, and all the rest of it. So it's like those little things will cost a lot more, and then you can end up in a situation where you're financially more impacted as a direct result of, I got hit with this mental stress situation. I need medicine now, or I need this kind of physical therapy treatment or physical medicine because I was eating way later and I increased my cholesterol, and so on. It really can cost a lot in the long run. And so like that mentality of which unfortunately is a little bit more than just a mentality. Like you need to relieve stress. You need to beat me to relieve stress. You know what? Don't we all sometimes, tend to have a need? In fact, a lot of people discount how much sexual relief, stress relief, that is extraordinarily necessary. And it here in America, where I'm at, is way more tabooed to talk about or correctly acknowledge and validate its necessity as a thing to happen, and even more than just own self stress relief, a very necessary and needed external sexual stress relief, even if there isn't an intimacy or emotional component. And I feel like that really tends to exponentiate, meaning give you an even larger, exponentially worse over time problem, if that isn't getting met, fulfilled, and or satisfied properly and correctly. So any of you out there, no, I probably shouldn't say this, but any women interested, wanting to talk, I'm here. I would love to finally get that satisfied a little better. Stream is like a shit. Yeah. Hopefully, once I get this new dongle that I can give attached to my Chromebook, I'll be able to have a less laggy stream thanks to that, making the connection a little more stable between my router and computer. So that hopefully helps out. That would be a good thing, I think, and very, very necessary and needed. It eventually arrived. They said at some point for Amazon, the Jungle site, a week or two from now. So thanks for letting me know. I'm glad that you did. Is my voice coming through correctly? Am I coming through correctly, Bubbles? Thank you for giving me that information. Back to the whole relieving stress problem. It's also another reason why, even though people are fully cognizantly aware that they're going to have to deal with something later, it's for sure seen as worth it, and more than just worth it or even acceptable. It's like you would be insane not to do it. For you to, if you're still here, say something. Anyone? No? Okay. Reaching out. All right. But thanks, guys, for tuning in and talking. I appreciate that. I guess I have to go continue with the more annoyingly serious, I suppose, conversations with. This is one of the reasons why I think that us, people here in America, I'm talking about a lot of people also online that are in not so wonderful positions in life and are having a hard time meeting or finding someone. I think a lot of society and a lot of people discount how significant and how more impactful and far-reaching those issues of not having not just support system, which that's a part of it, but certainly good and consistent and beneficial, is that a better way to put this, just straight up intimate relationships that are highly emotionally releasing, to have like releasing pressure and pain and suffering, and give us this very real, very positive and impactful thing in life, like a very positive, very beneficial, it's just those feel too cold clinical as words, for as if I'm some scientist that's studying, or it's not the right language to use. I feel, for the very real human and powerful emotional, mental, and physiological help it gives to us and helps alleviate the overwhelming stress, anger, frustration, rage. It gets us out of that head and mind of us and what's happening and going on, and it keeps us in the game, so to speak. Like, we're in the moment, we're focused and thinking about positive futures that we're going to work towards, we're going to fight, and we're going to give ourselves some optimism and hope. And we got this thing that gives us this idea that it's not completely hopeless and helpless to try and go and push and give it a shot, which really greatly helps and it means that we're more likely to succeed and not head into dangerous, self-destructive, defeating, harmful mental, emotional, or even physical, meaning we're violent towards others, or very bad language towards ourselves or others as well in our lives, and we're willing to compromise, or willing to apologize and work and at least try and see a better side. And sometimes it might actually cause us to, because it is genuinely one of the most important parts of us outside of ourselves in our lives, that gives us a great deal of wonderful emotional feelings of love and connectedness and wonder and joy and excitement and all that stuff. Is extraordinarily required, extraordinarily beyond just a necessity. It's a requirement to be able to keep wanting to go. So on. It's not just having say a goal outside of ourselves, a passionate pursuit, a hobby, something we like and enjoy. We can get ourselves wrapped up into that, and we're overworking, we're increasing stress, and we're increasing, this, tension and even frustration and anger because we can't get it done, or we don't have a way to switch and get the see and change and feel and experience an change of our perspective and emotions and situation and our kind of go until relax and situate and think and wonder and creatively ponder and all the rest of it. Not everybody's someone that needs this, although to varying levels. Even highly antisocial people still have a version or two that they do seem to have, which is either themselves and perhaps a higher outside level of, let's say, nature or God or spirit, stuff like this, aliens even, or all of that. It's, I think, a very extremely large contributing factor to good and large part of the kind of cultural, societal issues my country, United States of America, is facing, and I think the world, if I'm being a little more, honest about it. Like, I don't feel as though anyone's currently, majority-wise, not everyone. It's not every single country. It's not every single county or small town or city, province, so on, state, right? But I think it'd be wrong and incorrect, at the very least incorrect, to believe and perceive that this isn't a very widespread and very significant problem and issue happening with the majority and of the world and the people that live in the world, because it's like we're really talking about, when world, it's like our collective cultural societal goings on group that is affected by all the other groups and so on with our communications in between as like a big old thing we are. That said, there's more to it than just even that, because then you have your own individual, your group, or really like a sudden change. If you are able to vacation or move or talk outside of your everyday, kind of stuff, for the people, groups, interests, hobbies, and the forums, and then a new perspective, and a growth of even more problems you weren't even aware about, to they don't actually think that's a problem, and you really get afraid and worried as a result of that, which could be an overreaction, or actually of yourself, that is, or an underreaction of yourself again. They might end up having a perspective that lends itself to reframing or seeing positive, or a situation that benefits what you were not, situation or benefit you were not seeing, and maybe that could help you reframe your perspective and have a little more hope and belief in a better future. But other times it very well can swing the other way, to where you freaking out about them having a particular belief or perspective, view, and the result of their explanation and all the rest that is tied in with that perspective and belief and actions and philosophies going forward, and what they're doing, either individually or a group as a whole, or multiple groups even, may very, very, very easily show off and very well and how it does so, as in very, very, it explains it and shows it to you to where you understand it much, much, much better and clearly that than before. As a result, you'll end up being, I think, actually, rightly and correctly, highly, very concerned and worried and resultively stressed, depressed, anxious, and feelings of hopelessness or helplessness are very normal and, in fact, correct to have, based upon your perspective, or if not, if we're not even getting into perspective, which is like your opinion and perspective of the situation and bigger picture or whatever, could very well actually be what's a good way to put it, bluntly, I think, is a faster approach, where it's like you're actually, while very, very, very correctly concerned and hurt and terrified, all that, and you are, for the small, what you might be seeing or understanding or attributed to, and then I think it might, if you do end up seeing all the rest of the other parts that can be a part of that, or you do see all those rest of the parts, but you didn't maybe fully grasp the outright massive extremely terrifying, traumatic, and very, very, very bad stuff that could be resultively happening or going on from that perspective or belief, philosophy, actions, inactions, cooperatively working, or in each individual just happening to have a similar resultive action, verbiage, whatever, but then slowly grow to a greater and greater and greater and greater degree of understanding and extremeness of those very while correct and positive attitude and feelings and fears and perspective and so on. It's an underreaction that your initial reaction may be, you'll end up being even further freaked out over time, and to be very correctly freaked out. But then I think another way to also kind of get the point across is that helpless and hopelessness and nothing you can do about it thing, and dread and overwhelmed negative emotion, while very well could be extraordinarily apt, correct, all that, you still have to try to something, do something, keep going, all the rest of the something. And so try, work through it and keep going. Which, a prime example that while it maybe isn't very it might not be seen as attributable to everyday individuals. Let's say you're a soldier in the army, okay, whichever army, so on, and you're getting shot at, okay, all right. It's a very good thing to be terrified and wanting to get cover, and freaking out isn't necessarily the greatest thing, but it's the appropriate response, the correct thing to kind of do, because you don't want to get shot and you need to get situated and in cover, and making sure you're not going to continue that life-threatening problem, and stop it from continuing. Okay, and so training for soldiers are there. They get trained, and they also have other people. Very rarely is a soldier alone and only by themselves. It does happen. Shit, if it does. But even more so, the training is very much supposed to very, very much help them. Okay, but it's to, of course, have them react correctly and appropriately for the given situation, and as quickly as they can, and appropriately as they can, to hopefully have them survive, live, and continue, and do so with the least amount of damage, fatal harm, whatever. Do it appropriately with the least amount of issue. Okay, do the most with the least amount of issue is essentially what they're certainly trained to do. And this is calling a little, I think, to some everyday situations for some people. There are many people, actually, really, that have triggers, anxiety triggers, PTSD triggers, depression triggers, further other issue, mental disorder issue triggers that can lead to a very, while correctly, because their brain grew to appropriately recognize and while try to work through and survive, respond to the stimulus that's making that trigger. Obviously aware, physiologically, mentally, emotionally, all of it, that says that's for sure bad and happening. Okay. And while we don't get a lot of training, even therapy takes years or more, sometimes decades, to fully gain understanding, first off, of triggers. Meaning it's like, oh, I realized there's a reason why I'm a little on edge, finally, because there's a person over there with an AK-47. Okay, like they're finally, I noticed that for sure. I noticed the gun finally. You know what I mean? Before you didn't notice the gun, but now that red flag is there for your, because you've went through therapy and now you understand that that is a red flag, a trigger, a gun that could be used to harm. Okay. Then it's to go through, what am I supposed to do? They're not pointing it. They're allowed to have the gun. Society says so. People aren't going to stop the person from having the gun. Okay. But big asterisk there. Most of the time you don't have anyone but yourself there helping, because it's just you helping yourself. You're just gonna have to do this, okay? And that's oof and fuck you and really inescapable part of our reality. And so if you happen to have a support system and friends, great. You finally might have some platoon or squad or whatever mates, that can also, hey, we all noticed the guy, girl, whatever, with the gun. We all noticed the person with the gun. We noticed your gun toting dumb bitch ass self over there. Fuck you. You know what I mean? So we notice. And if your support system, friend, all that, have all been able to have been trained, or they have gone through shit, which is like, their own life experience and everything else, they'll all, because you've been able to work with each other for a while, understandably correctly react appropriately to give yourselves the greatest chance to not get hurt by said person with gun. By yourself, when you're alone, then your therapy, which is, this is all symbolic, okay, and trying to help you grasp it and understand. The person with the gun is to be best avoided by all possibilities. Go around, leave, wide berth, don't challenge, don't draw attention, get away. Just don't fucking anything. That's the best play. Like, literally don't engage, leave. Any person, if we're talking about a soldier here, I guess, in a situation where they are alone by themselves, trying to get help, trying to have people, leave, avoid conflict. You never get into any conflict that is not appropriate as a response. Actively trying to get into a conflict for sure increases the likelihood of you becoming dead. Just like in real life, for you as an individual going through whatever situation or having to deal with whatever person that effectively has a gun that can harm you, trigger, traumatize, re-traumatize you. And so getting into that is the incorrect thing to do. But sometimes, just like with the soldier, you are not able to avoid. And sometimes that person who you're having to avoid is, look in the mirror. That's right, your own ass. Sometimes that motherfucker is out to get you. fuck, right? Like, God damn it, really? That's the last thing I really actually, like, literally last thing I need, right? For any situation is my own ass going, as a soldier or a regular person, let's not mimic it, but trying to harm or self-destruct myself or yourself or your situation wherein you are heading towards help or a support system that's going to stick around and have your back. Okay. And it's always going to be around, at least to a fairly decent enough degree that you could say, while you might not see them within your field of view, they're near and they're not too far, and you can call out and you can make sure you get their help. Okay. That is all to say that all mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, medication, and trying to grow to trust, reach out, and find, keep, and continue putting the effort in to gain your, in a symbolic reference of the soldier, your other soldier friends, your squad mates, your platoon mates, your platoon in general, your own handy dandy weapon, your own handy dandy, field dressing kit, like where, as you did get hurt, you have the ability to try and temporarily patch a little something together and get your shit over to someone that's gonna fucking, make sure you don't die, which is for myself, and I think others that are understanding the metaphor and symbolic nature needs to be explained. The symbology here is, fuck, something did trigger me, or fuck, I did accidentally or intentionally injured or self-destructed me or my life situation. Now it's time to recognize, put the coping mechanism, maintenance method, the skills, do that, and then get your ass to your doctor, psychiatrist, therapist for a crisis event, or even the emergency room if it's necessary. And trust me, no shame, I've had to take myself to the emergency room before for my own mental health shit. And it's something I will do if it's necessary, without hesitation, again, and anytime in my future. I just have a hard-headed stubbornness, and there is a stigma attached to going to the emergency room for something like this. And it can also come with, if you're a person, like the majority of people, I should say, person to anyone really, but I have a insurance, state insurance, that allows for me to go to the emergency room, and if it's necessary, and not, depending on what's going on, have to pay. But it still has the doctors, nurses, and more very upset and not. It's one of those things where it's like, for whatever reason, it's just not seen as an appropriate response to go to the emergency room sometimes by them. And then there's the fact that it's like there's that feeling of, hey, I would have to pay so much, and I don't like the fact that you're able to not die or go and harm someone else, or both, or simply go so far into some level of psychosis or belief, which is psychosis sometimes, that you are scary to others or yourself. You need stability. You have stabilizing. Like it's basically, it's like, look, I'm bleeding. You know what I mean? Like, I need to get something to stop the bleeding. I need to, and then I need to get to the hospital to fucking get, the surgery to get the bullet out, and you get everything else connected. And fucking let everything heal, right? And so that's a thing you got to do, and it's a similar thing for the mind. Sometimes it could be for the shot, stab, whatever injury that is the trigger. It could be from what I've gone from going through therapy, post. What do they call it? Where there's you're after you've gone to a mental health care facility, meaning psych ward or a mental facility that holds you. Okay, they'll give you a treatment that's after you went there to keep up and learn and find better coping skills or maintenance methods or friends even through that, but to go there. And so all that is to say is, hey, so life can be shitty, and unfortunately before things got injured and you ended up there the first time, or even never maybe even ended up there, and continuous that's a good way to put this, and the soldier symbolic representation metaphor here is like the soldier had the armor take the bullet, take a few rounds. Okay, the soldier also was able to get into their Humvee, had their friend, as in their squad mates, they were able to call to platoon, hey, they're heading back, getting out of, the situation that it was too dangerous to continue being in. And they went through that a few times. They got new armor. But one time, finally, they got really hurt and injured. Okay. Hit in the leg. It went through, fractured their bone in their upper thigh, the femur or whatever, right? That's a big physical therapy event. Even if you got back, you went to the hospital, and you were able to get patched up, and you were able to heal, and you took all those months letting the bone do its thing and coming back together. You got your whole plate or rods or whatever. Okay, you still have to go through physical therapy, and the damn thing's not going to work the same way as it used to. Just like you, when you got shot in the armor, and while maybe the first time because the adrenaline rush you didn't feel it, and then later you realize it hurts to breathe or bend this way or stretch a particular way, and it just never went away. It's while not necessarily a injury in the sense that you got all this other stuff with your femur, or it's still an injury, and so now you can't function like you once did. And so those repeated battles and moments of stress and trauma will put a stress and strain on you. And eventually you can't do it anymore. Your body has to find, and you resultively as well have to recognize and understand that you can't do the thing you once did before. You have to do it differently or not at all anymore, period. And as that is a metaphor and it's symbolic of repeated triggering and or fights, traumas, so on, for the situations you go through for your life, you can end up having very small, before used to be literally nothing. It wasn't anything in your life. You didn't even care. It wasn't a concern, and whatever is effectively all it's going to amount to. Then, like your armor was real good. All right. You didn't even really feel the round. You were quick to respond. You got into cover. You shot the fucking thing, and no more problems. Right. But you got to get new armor. You can't keep that same armor. You know what I mean? And a few skirmishes and not much pay, and maybe they don't have the same one in stock, or you special ordered, maybe even made by combining a couple and buying a couple of armored vests. Made an armored vest, a type that that's what it did. It was really, really amazing, but it worked, and you can't use it anymore. And so then you're left with the not as good armor. This is what you've got. You are unable to hit. You don't get hit as hard, and you're not able to not sustain any injury whatsoever if something were to happen. But, whatever the situation is, eventually what I'm trying to say is things will wear us down. And that's what it's symbolically supposed to represent. It's like eventually you will get worn down. Eventually the armor isn't going to protect us as much or at all, because you might end up having an even more significant impact of a life event, meaning before you were getting hit by some 9mm, maybe 22, and you had a big honking armor. Then you got hit by a 50, and that armor barely kept you up. Okay, like that's the mental part of therapy and medication and having support system, everything. It's like your armor. It's like I'm talking about. What am I talking about? I'm talking about how mental health can, be a very tough thing to deal with, and can for sure have a lot of things that are things that go into it. Because like we're talking about coping skills, maintenance methods, your friends and all this, and so yeah, really good, but then enough battles and everything else, the armor. So it's like you don't have the armor anymore, really, or something similar. But what I'm trying to say is like that's like, oh, so I was able to move just fine, and in fact, I was really happy to have moved, and changed some things, and I got to do these other things in my life, and it really wasn't bad. It was a bit rough, like I had to unpack, I had to do all this stuff, and but okay, it's okay, right? And then let's say, so, a pop tire, whatever, right? Like a pop tire, I can deal with. I'll put on my spare. I'll do my job. I'll go over, I'll call, once I get there and clock in and let them know I'm going to be late, that I'm scheduling or wanting to come in to get my tire changed. And I'm able to handle it because I got the money, I got the insurance and all the rest of it. What I'll say is, before with life and you and having all this help and work on yourself, it's like it's not too bad, okay? But enough shit keeps happening. Even if you had a really good life and regular stuff would be nothing to you, all of a sudden a slight pop tire, like you have to pump it up every so often. It's leaking. And you have to get it checked out or whatever. Is enough to make you suicidal. Like that's a thing that can happen to people. Like even though it's not that big of a deal, not that big of a deal. It's a huge deal. You have to do all this other stuff. That's a lot of work. It's not just flowing right and perfect and great all the time, and it's a lot to handle. And so what that means is it's like, before it wasn't even a trigger. It wasn't even something that even hit your armor. Now it's the equivalent of a 50 cal that you're just barely surviving. And that's kind of rough. That's a big deal. It is. I'm battling a silent war inside every day. But in public, you wouldn't tell it because it's just me eating a burrito or something. No kidding, right? It's a bigger deal, I think, than people really fully grasp and understand. And this is something that I was talking about because it ties into, first off, we as kids, teens, and young adults don't really get a lot of help learning and doing the, maintenance methods and coping skills, and having good solid foundational support systems outside of our friends and family and even loved intimate relationships. But it also something I was trying to talk about and have people understand how big of a deal and impactful having one of our very fundamental necessary needs as people met. And let's say you're a person such as myself, and while you have passions, you have stuff that you can kind of focus on and put your attention and efforts into. You see a lot of these negative behavior traits, or you don't have a very good or even strong or much support or even all the rest of it, and you've gone through a lot in life, okay? And added on top of that, you've never had a intimate, long-lasting, non-trust breaking and affirming negative beliefs and thoughts of people or others type of relationship, like a if you're gay, a boyfriend and boyfriend, a girl, if you're straight, all that stuff. We're talking an intimate sexual relationship here. And I really haven't had really any, and not that, that's the greatest thing to talk about, but I think it calls into what I was ultimately talking about, which is society. I feel, and generally the culture and the goings on and belief system and zeitgeist there within, don't see individuals having a hard time finding people and being in these relationships, such as myself, as significant of a very real, seemingly never-ending gun, like in the soldier metaphor, that's constantly firing at them, and they just sort of because the brain and it's just trying to make us live, and survive. Okay. Weirdly enough, it's symbolically, metaphorically here, the equivalent of the soldier who just doesn't react when they're shot at, and they'll just keep walking, even though they heard the round, even though they're there and they're grasping that, hey, I'm getting shot at. They just don't seem to take cover or try and fire back at the person trying to shoot at them, or stuff like that, and so that constantly getting shot at person that doesn't have those things, somehow, some way, just not going to really pick up and realize and grasp how bad it is, and eventually it's going to connect, and they don't have people to pull them out once they're shot, and their armor isn't going to keep them alive forever. Eventually it's going to break and they're going to get hit. You know what I mean? And so that's something I just wanted to talk about. For I feel society is very dismissive and invalidating of this very extreme and difficult problem going on. It's just not treated as such, I only ever had feelings just fill in the void. My dating pool is scarce, being gay, and also neurodivergent. And that's another part of that. Like, if you're neurodivergent, meaning you have a mental situation, you're different mentally. It's not a disorder. You're just different. It's a mental difference to the average normative person. Okay, which not to shit on you, Rose Gold Boy. I just call you Rose. Having a different sexuality is not the same thing as a mental difference. It certainly is a difference to the average normative sexuality, and so that's already kind of rough. It really reduces the dating pool, but then also your treatment by the normative individuals because of them being a little more detrimental, meaning discriminatory and negative and scared and dismissive and invalidating of your crowd, and is often allowed level of mistreatment and hatred and or even possible violence or very negative actions towards your crowd without much without as much or at all, depending, calling it out, stopping, or saying that it was not allowed or not correct, or so on and so forth, like that. And then you add in being mentally different, you get said, you are told you're deranged, insane, bad, wrong, blamed, shamed, harmed mentally and emotionally, verbally, abused, and allowed to, if someone does or is willing and then therefore does say or act or does physically something to you, bullies you, whatever, it is looked the other way and very minimally challenged, very minimally pushed or punished, or fairly and justly and correctly halted and punished and prevented from occurring again in the future. And so, sorry that you only ever had flings. Truthfully, not to get too personal, but I've haven't had much experience my own darn self. I'm polyamorous and pansexual of all things, but that never really tends to go over well. But in a rural place in Arizona, which is a very red state, but depends on where you go. I found. Anyways, I'm gonna move off of that. What I'm trying to say is, on a very real level, while it's not maybe appropriately considered seriously and prevented and challenged and obviously made examples of and so on for when this occurs. What I'll say is coping skills, maintenance methods, even let's say psychiatrist, therapist as a supportive structure, people. And so you have like maybe one singular, squad mate in this analogy, in the symbolic and metaphoric analogy going on, that will never be enough in the slightest for how significant of an issue this is. And so basically at that point, you're running in between all these skirmishes that you're just trying to avoid. And you can't actually have a life. You can't actually do what your job as a soldier going in and protect or remove these other issues, which is a symbolic and metaphorical analogy representing, hey, you're trying to remove toxic family members, friends, job, maybe a career, so on from your life, and have a safe place with which you are not fearing for your life. Okay. So that's a big part of why I feel societally wise, we're not taking correct approach to the severity and significance of those extraordinarily important and impactful and necessary parts of us to have and experience and be a part of, and so on in our lives. You can have a greater outside than, let's say, you're Greenpeace and you're helping climate change, or politics to maybe help out yourself or others, have a better treatment for wages earned. I don't care. What I'm trying to say is that isn't going to give you that very extraordinarily positive, good protection and lessened fear. Is it? I guess just lack of acknowledgement of these very bad and problematic trauma and life situations and more going on that need appropriate, more significant responses from the people going through them that will unfortunately have it such that they're getting hit by the rounds coming at them more often because they didn't get to cover, they didn't have the coping skills, they didn't appropriately realize it was as serious as it is, and it needs more fast and a significant response to it. Yeah, I using my brain just my social skills were maladjusted, but I wasn't diagnosed until a few years ago at age 20. Ooh, that sucks. I'm not gonna lie, Rose. That's a rough one. Late diagnosis and late treatment to very present problematic mental issues or different to the normative mental responses or processing for situations going on is just sucks. It means we end up having to dig ourselves out of a massive hole, all the while often getting viewed and seen as why didn't you already know this? Invalidated that it's as difficult as it is or as serious, and it will take time and for sure support to be able to function and respond appropriately and correctly for those triggering life stresses, situations, people, yourself sometimes. I mean, I was talking about it a little earlier, but it's like sometimes it's not, let's say a post on Reddit or a flat tire. Sometimes it's you saying, I suck. And that built and escalated and wasn't challenged and ruminated until at the end of the day, you're saying everything that you do and all the stuff you are is all garbage and terrible, and nothing will ever change that, and you'll never be good, and why even live, and very triggering beliefs, because they will get added and added and added to and built upon and escalated until getting to a psych ward, getting to a mental health is like your medicine isn't going to stop that. In fact, to just prevent or maybe slow down or stop the thoughts or genuine thoughts and feelings, or even you acting or really trying to prevent yourself from acting upon that, you'll get into abuse or use of drugs or sexual activity or something that you cannot afford, over purchasing, hoarding, self-harm, many, all of that, and even more at once. And it took all your money, it took all your time, it took all of your ability to feel as though you can get out of it and change or be better or believe in a better outcome or future, all that. You don't seek the treatment. Either the mindset and belief is money isn't there. You're not that bad. You are okay and under control. It's acceptable that you are hurting yourself or others, and when they're not wanting that, or you yourself are certainly going too far with your own self-harm, because there are masochists and they do self-harm, and it is a fun, stress-relieving sexual activity. But we're talking well past whatever that might be if they were doing that. And so for those reasons, and that treatment wasn't tried, something that you sought out, or came so much later than it should have, and would have benefited you very substantially before it started, that belief, those thoughts, those feelings, and self-destructive, poor coping skills and maintenance methods resulted in a loss of a job, a loss of life if you came back briefly then, or loss of life outright, or a loss of potential life where career, opportunity, relationships might have happened, or a loss of relationships you have or had, trust. You didn't lose the relationships. Now you lost their trust and belief in you, and it's actually highly problematic. Confirming behavior and talks and communication in between you and them that further potentiates, furthers the belief and feeling, those very bad, negative, escalated feelings, thoughts, and actions were right. And so that's how that trouble can really just grow, unfortunately. Yeah, the sexual activity may toxic vice and seeking validation. Like, well, if I can't get into a relationship, at least someone might find someone attractive enough to sleep with. I wish I was able to push. I shouldn't say it that way. First off, I'm very sorry that thing happened. I'm very sorry that that's unfortunate. I'm very sorry that you were doing it to yourself, and hopefully you're not doing it anymore, and you're able to keep getting better. I don't know how to phrase that. That sucks. And it wasn't great to go through that, and hopefully you don't have to do it, or you're not doing that anymore, or when you are, it's not in the negative, self-destructive way. Instead, it's a more positive, because you have a good person that doesn't abuse it, or a relationship that formed, and you were able to express, or whatever. I hope that things are better, or you were able to work on other coping skills and treatment that is helping you out. What I was going to say for myself is it's not correct to say it this way, but it was, I was able to push myself to at least try and get some sex and find and have someone feel as though I was good looking enough to have sex with. What I mean is to really say that is I really wished for myself to be able to push past my anxiety and stress and depression lack of self-worth, self-esteem, confidence, and self-worth. Again, to be able to at least try and seek out someone or something. I'm still currently actually dealing with that, and a fairly decent way, thanks to my current life situation without an income or a job, and the mental health issues I've gone through, and the life situations that were caused and I had to suffer through, and then my own physical image, meaning my body shape and weight and dress, and then of course all the other issues I'm going through with all that, making it such that I don't even try and do Tinder, because I'm really wanting someone to really love me for me, my genuine self, and want to be with me and love that, love being with me, love me, how I am, my genuine self, and want to not stop being with me. So I don't have it in me to seek out just sex, because I'm so awkward about the fact that I haven't had much sex, very few sexual encounters, and of that, the trigger warning, even more than what I've been talking about. There was when I was a child, rape that had occurred, and assault, molestation. So I've stopped mostly. I've had that Grindr app installed last month. I uninstalled it. Something that's too normalized for gay men. Oh my God. I've heard about that. I didn't, you never know how true it really is. But to hear that, I'm sorry that that's a part of the kind of culture. It's almost like you guys aren't valid, or something. I don't know. Like, you're like bad if you can't even get a random sexual encounter. Like, what? And I'm like, that shouldn't be a part of the person's character and everything. That has nothing to do with you and your validity and worth and value and all the rest of it. So I'm really sorry that seemingly is tied very heavily into the gay male culture. What I'll say is, on the flip side, while for women, from what I've heard, it's very also true too. It especially from what some people have told me, and what I've observed myself, is that women get gay women, this is, or even bisexual women, viewed less than or not valuable or anything if they are not hit on or as sexually viewed, or possibly even assaulted or continually pressured or whatever by straight hetero or whatever men in general, which is another, like, that shit sucks, but it's also kind of like a bragging thing to like they're now better or more if they have that happen, and or even more from that side of things. I'm going to move off of that. I'm sorry to hear that your sex life is as active as you want it to be. Yeah, that's an understatement. It's non-existent. That's a real frustrating feeling. Fuck yeah, it is. golly, I've never even had. Ooh, this is getting really candid and personal. So, uh, too much information warning here. But I've never been able to have an orgasm from any sexual activity. Simply, I feel it's because I haven't had it often enough to be able to relax and have that happen. Not to mention my very few times where something did occur and didn't last very long, and they didn't put much effort, and they weren't willing to keep it up and consistently keep doing it, such that I actually did have that occur. So wonderful, right? Wow, that's a terrible story. We were put through that. No child deserves to be harmed like it. No, they don't. It's anyone. It doesn't matter. Age, race, wealth. No one should be forced sexually to go through something and traumatized like that, and put through something like that, and ultimately forced to go through a no, and I don't want to. On the flip, the kind of flip part of that, because I've gone through therapy and black and white, all or nothing, so on. Thinking is something I've had to constantly challenge. I can absolutely understand some people have that kink, and no shame. You like that kink, and you had good communication, and it was something you're as an individual experienced and enjoyed. More power to you. It was not good or positive or something I wanted or liked. All that, all negative, all trauma for myself and others, as we're very well aware. But I get the kink and your community. More power to you. Have fun. You know what I mean? I hope nothing will happen that has you have to, or has you end up experiencing that level of pain and trauma. And even another flip, even for the people that say, I hope because of your all these terrible whatever things that you have that happen. This one's a weird gray I'm about to say, so stupid amounts of asterisk and all, and I get that this is not okay probably to say this as, but if somehow, some way, it was a positive for the world, humanity, or whatever, for them to experience that level of extreme cruel punishment or thing, I guess then okay. Outside of that, though, I would prefer a different thing, but for sure, right? So it's not going to be good or worthwhile, and it's not going to solve. But I don't know where to go with this, because it's like there are probably things that it's like this individual will never become an individual that could be allowed around society, or someone that wouldn't be ultimately harmful to everyone or something similar. And apparently everybody else all agreed that was a deserved and worthwhile and positive punishment. I guess okay, I don't know. I want to get off that. That's awkward. That one's awkward a little bit, but you're starting to hopefully maybe understand and grasp where I try my best to balance that black and white. And maybe there's a situation, maybe there's something, maybe whatever that is it's okay, that kind of thing, for it to happen, or that was done to someone and they were unwanting at all. I want to move off of this. It's moving off. What I'm trying to say is, for our coping skills and maintenance methods and support people in our lives, people that support us and encourage us, help us grow, or challenge our negative feelings and thoughts and actions that are self-destructive or negative towards others, ourselves. Thank you. It's really crazy how much we're just I kind of feel like we're ignoring that there are so many people that are just I'm gonna blunt this, so blunt warning, this is blunt direct: not having enough sex, not having enough love, not getting it on the reg, that kind of thing, but we're like not having moments of fun, friendly engagement or socialization, or experiences with their loved ones, family, friends, and not really having a together with that a positive and larger goal for them to work on to benefit themselves and that family, or a passion or pursuit that they genuinely enjoy and are able to work on and pursue positively for no other reason than they just want to learn or do the thing and enjoy the stuff and have great experiences. As a fucking zeitgeist culture, society, online people, interaction, whatever, all of that kind of stuff, we are not taking that seriously in this enough, and I think it's obviously showing off in these very violent or petty, passive-aggressive things that seem to be ever increasing in severity, and even I think, long-term negative problems going on with everyone, not just America. It's kind of like everywhere, and for us as a species, humanity in general, it'd be challenging to translate gray and abstract thoughts like that. It can be very challenging, but to trigger all the warnings, to blunt, direct approach it. My thoughts currently right now, maybe someone can change them or make me feel or think about it in a different way. But I absolutely, fully 100%, and I'm not joking or being genuine, believe and feel and think that it is appropriate in some situation or some situation and reason or whatever it is. But I believe, while it would be rare or extreme or whatever, to just rape and maybe even kill or torture or whatever an individual, or maybe some of them or multiple people as very, whoa, okay, bad, what, but wait, hang on, very much hang on. It's very, whatever that ultimately was, that was good and acceptable and positive somehow, some way, for that to happen. But that's the only time when I feel I don't actually know what that is. I haven't thought about it. I'm just like, statistically, and or with all the whatever is the world and everything going on, there has to be something like that will or has happened, or whatever currently is going on, that would have made that appropriate, acceptable, or the right thing, and that's just to make it so I'm not going all or nothing, black and white, for my own personal belief system and philosophies, so I can better go through life and feel as though while it's extreme, can believe that there is a way to make better occur and happen. But those abstract, more gray, more very obviously rare, and some are gonna say non-existent or not possible things, are communicated, and I get it, because that's their philosophy and belief system. Like, it's never, and we're just different on that side of things. Again, it's just something I happen to feel and believe is a possibility, and well, maybe it's a little more logical minded or whatever, but it's a way for me to feel and think and believe that there is always a chance of making things better, having a little bit of a way to fix or help a situation, even if absolutely most of the time, like 99.999, whatever it is not a thing, and it never is going to but be one for as a solution or a punishment or something. But then I'm acutely aware of the weird past people have I guess accepted or let go or whatever, where people have done terrible things, and just that's a thing. So I suppose somehow it was allowed, even if it wasn't acceptable, even if it wasn't okay, even if it wasn't whatever, and it didn't solve or help or whatever. It happened and was allowed? Question mark? I don't know. I'm just saying people are, very black and white, and I'm willing to live in that more gray area where there somehow or another could be a situation or going on with life or something where something as extreme and terrible as that is to do to someone was okay. I don't know. I just want to let people know, but for the therapist and everything else, and getting friends is hard. I don't think a lot of people really like to acknowledge how brutally difficult. The older it is, the fewer opportunities, time, and willingness to invest emotionally heavily to have these people involved, as external individuals involved and around, and really cared and given this much greater level of importance in our lives, as it usually is us having already an intimate relationship and involved with children that you've had as a result, and a career, that you have coworkers whom you've also made relationships with, and have a life as a result. And so it, even in the hobby world, or the passion, or a bigger, greater, grander goal that you're working on, it still doesn't seem to pop up or show up often for a lot of people, and it gets progressively more difficult, which is weird, to try and talk about to people that have that, life, and are definitely okay, and it's good for them, and they don't want to add people or whatever else in, and and you have a person who is looking to join in, looking to become a part, gets incorrectly viewed negatively and in a weird way, as a result of their situation, a mental disorder, whatever. And of course, there's always the investment of time that you have with other people, and then this new person, which admittedly a vast majority of people aren't going to treat with the same level of kindness, compassion, understanding, care, and attention that they might or do and are treating each other, for the longer individuals in that group, with and as. So it's weird, online, people have long-standing online friends from way back in the day, from either playing games or weird little forum boards, or not weird, but not large, you got into a hobby or a passion when you were a kid, and it wasn't big as it is now, or it's no longer even a thing, and you made friends during that, and you really learned how to grow and enjoy each other's company. But it's pretty much only online. But those people are stupendously, seriously very important, and to suggest otherwise, it doesn't and will never make sense to anyone that doesn't get it. You know what I mean? And so to try and become a part of that, not weasel in, not whatever, but become a part of that, oh wow, is there a lot of resistance, negativity, judgment, all this other stuff that will very quickly come out, and it's such a steep learning curve, and you can't make mistakes. I hear that, especially when you're debating if it's appropriate to approach someone, not like looking for a date, but even just making a friend. And if you work up the nerve, people think you might be a street weirdo, a scammer. Oh, so weird. Even online. So I'm trying to, also add on to at the end there. And then you end up trying to talk to people that are much younger than yourself, and you look like a creeper. You know what I mean? Like, you look like a creeper, and you're not. You're not trying to be. You're just trying to make friends, have people to talk to, or play games with, or enjoy the thing that you also enjoy. Like, that's the whole reason why you're there. You enjoy this thing. You want to enjoy it with others, and talk about random stuff you enjoy about it, or dislike about it, or hope to see from it, whatever it is. Because their hobbies are tremendous. We're talking from way mature, like adult, to like stupidly, like very often seen as very immature kid stuff, and people, thanks to the way they kind of treat each other, and it's like look towards and negatively on or down at others. Like, you can have someone that's a perfectly normal person that's in they enjoy, let's say, an anime that's usually for kids, and they'll look like a total shithead or a creeper or whatever if they try and talk to other adults, until they find someone, and it's like, oh yeah, this, and it's like, it might be something that they loved when they were a kid, and they enjoyed it continually until they were an adult, and now they just want to talk about the studio, or the writers, or the voice actresses that changed, or how the artwork, or whatever stuff. There's just a lot of stuff to talk about, and they get hated on. And this is one of the reasons why I'm like, enjoy what you enjoy, genuinely and fully commit to being your genuine and real self that enjoys these things, with the understanding and total commitment also to changing yourself, and how you talk, how you relate, how you communicate, and put yourself out there and approach people, or talk to yourself or others or whatever. So you can have the ability to change as life changes, and of course, you have to also be able to change alongside with life changing, and situations in life changing, and be able to weather the changes, and cope through them, and maintain through them, and or even thrive as a result of the changes. That's all I'm trying to get across with the whole, hey, maybe that will slowly over time help you be able to reach out. I'm hoping it helps me be able to reach out and get to know people. Sister is 24 into cartoons, so like Steven Universe, Adventure Time, Pixar, or an animation doesn't have age limits, in your opinion. In mine either, honestly speaking. I still like cartoons. I don't watch them as often as I used to, but I do. I still like cartoons. My most recent one that I ended up actually completely going through was Star versus the Force of Evil, because it looked so neat at the time when I first saw it, and then I had other shit going on, and I just didn't have the time to watch it. And then I got the time, and I was like, oh wow! And then the ending was like, huh, that And then I got into like a whole discussion with myself more than anything about the various seasons, how I felt about characters or all that. I had no one to talk about it with, and so then I kind of got a little depressed and sad about that, and didn't really have a way of talking to others. But I'm glad that she's enjoying herself. What would you, if you don't mind sharing, Rose, with something that you're into? Like fictional characters like Lara Croft, Mortal Kombat characters, superheroes, and villains like Catwoman, Poison Ivy. Oh, nice. What draws you to them? Not to be, I'm always curious because I myself just I'm not really into it or that kind of thing. So I'm always interested in people's take on it and how they got into it. You know what I mean? You don't have to be too revealing if you don't want to be. I myself got into cartoons because that was a way for me to escape some of the family situations and other school and family situations I was dealing with that I had trouble dealing with and working through. So that's more about why I got heavily into TV, sitcoms, cartoons, movies, a little bit, but not much. Like Lara Croft, Mortal Kombat characters, superheroes. Do you like fighting games? Is that like kind of what drew you to them, or those characters were a little more real for their stories, or something like that? And in real life, I guess they are witty and sexy 100% of the time, and I'm not. I doubt that, but like that's only because I've been told this many times, and so I'll let you know. The way we often perceive ourselves and all of our flaws that we fixate on are not perceived, and they're not fixated upon by the vast majority of people, or even thought about by the vast majority of people around you most of the time. Okay. So maybe that could help you out with your feelings there. But I get you on the witty and sexy 100% of the time thing. And this is something I had to tell myself going through therapy in the past, as I was going through my own ruminating negative thoughts that were being toxic towards myself, that they are written to be that great and good all the time by people that are wanting you to keep buying from them, and so on like that. And so if you can maybe remember that next time, hopefully it helps out. That being said, I still enjoy stuff like that. I myself, I don't know. I never really found a character I related to or felt as though I super wanted to be. But I greatly enjoyed a lot of stories as I was growing up. One of my I guess we amplify our own thoughts because we're their selves 24/7, so we actually have the time to notice them. Other people on the outside are too busy to notice them. No kidding. Fair, genuinely fair. Yeah, that and there's not a them immediately challenging that. Which side note, This is something I learned in outpatient therapy, outpatient treatment. And also a little bit while I was still going through therapy before I ended up as a patient in a mental health facility. At first, it sounds good, and it's really nice and affirming and validating to have that challenge, that negative thought challenged by them, and can be very rewarding. Okay. But if it's not stopping and you are still continuing, and it is just most likely genuine. Okay. But if it's not, that's another issue that you have to kind of, because now you're starting to get into other things with manipulative behavior. But like, if you really are like having those, like, you really need to address that with your therapist for sure, and your treatment versus with them. You were talking a little bit about it earlier, about having those issues with seeking external validation. Okay, so that is something I learned that many people who have those thoughts of themselves not being, whatever version that is them, that is those things, will often do those kinds of things. And if they find someone that's willing to say that they are this, they'll keep asking. And so it could genuinely be like genuine, like I feel like you're not, or that I am, and whatever. And it can build up this stress or feeling or whatever from the other person that you're asking that causes them to overreact or react poorly, or they blow up and yell, or they go and effectively jab with a phrase that is quite negative and toxic and pretty abusive. It's genuinely not them confirming your suspicions. This is something I realized kind of for myself, but I saw with many people in my outpatient group therapy, where they had that negative reaction and perceived abuse, and it's not okay. That's abuse. Phrase, sentence, whatever. And then they'll do it anytime, and so like that definitely isn't okay. Okay, but it's as a result of frustration and anger of not believing, and it is not meant to try and abuse you unless as it continues, it really kind of is just to probably do that. Or it's trying to get you to stop in a not okay and incorrect and definitely abusive way, to push you away and stop you from continuing to ask and seek that validation. What I found anecdotally from other people I've talked with, sometimes submissives or masochist brats, whatever, will use this to effectively cause that level of angry outburst reaction to happen, and then they get yelled at and told very verbally abusive things. That's a poor, bad communication for, I want you to do this because I'm horny. Okay. Like, you have to understand that's what that communication in those relationships that are good relationships, that are positive BDSM power dynamic relationships, okay, are talked about and communicated and understood ahead of time. If that is occurring, if you're the dom or you're the submissive or whatever, it's not acceptable. It's not okay. Both parties definitely need to get themselves out of that. So I'm only trying to say that because Rose, you're probably not someone that, or maybe you are, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to upload this to YouTube. And so if anyone were to ever get to the end area that this is at, hopefully that will help them. It's something I've had to tell myself to watch out for, because those are very big red flags for those kinds of things. And now that I'm much more aware of that, I tell myself to make sure to let them on the other side understand and or be aware that I'm hoping that they'll not do that and respect that boundary. And then if they are just trying to get the validation, they get it from elsewhere or internally, not externally. And so that's a big part. Unfortunately, Rose, I have to end the stream soon. I've got about 30 seconds left for the 5 hours I've allotted to myself for the length of time of the stream. So if you have any more, things, I was just going to say, there is a lot of invalidating shit going on in our societies and in general that is not taking into account these very significant issues. We should be aware are causing a lot of those other issues. All right. Bye.